All right, let's get on to episode 5-3. Shows as you mod in your chat window. Yeah, it's just on my chat window. It has a bot icon, which instead of the sword. It might be because of an add-on I have. Tyrion, we're definitely lost. Oh, this place is nice. This is where the judge lives? Follow Lord Steelwind's directions to the letter, but it appears you found yourself in the ruins of an old city rather than the estate of the Archduke. He just said it was at his home. Maybe he lives in the ruins. I don't understand. This should be the place. The map even has that giant tree north of here. This can't be the city of Leyden that Virgil mentioned. It doesn't look like anyone's lived here in centuries. Well, maybe he's been on vacation. But Lord Steelwind's directions were pretty straightforward, so why are we... Wait a minute. Did he give us the wrong location on purpose? Darn.
Please, what kind of dishonorable cretin do you take me for?
Lord Steelwind.
What are you two standing around here for? The trial will be starting shortly.
He's not alone either. He's flanked by a division of the Kingsguard and Arya. But it's difficult to tell if they're escorting her or keeping watch over her. You can see one of the knights channeling a spell over Arya. It must be an anti-magic field. Even now, she must still be wary about someone taking control of her mind. Wait, this is where we'll be hosting the trial?
Yes, the Archduke has always been sentimental about this place, and I doubt a normal courtroom would have enough space.
Is this gonna be a big audience, or... Gotta put out, there's a lot of evidence we gotta put out.
What? I really don't know what possessed him to trust you. It's a miracle he's even taking part in this at all. But nevertheless, let's not keep him waiting.
Before you can ask him to elaborate, he walks past you and heads towards one of the central buildings. It's completely dilapidated. You're a little worried it might collapse on you while you're in it. You look at the prosecutor and raise an eyebrow at her. She merely shakes her head. It's clear she's just as lost as you are. Alright, I guess we're doing this. You get a new courtroom background? Oh, this is a bit dreary. The rooms are filled with everyone who was at the Grand Cathedral that day. They all seem to be just as out of the loop as you are. The only person who seems to be unfazed by this entire situation is Lord Steelwind. He's taken his position at the opposite end of the room. It seems that he truly plans on prosecuting his daughter.
Thank you for all coming here today. I appreciate your cooperation with our investigation.
Why have you brought us here? This place is filthy. It's crawling with insects and vermin.
My apologies, but what happens here today must be kept under wraps for now.
So they need enough room. This dude's got some dragon blood. You can see the scales on his cheeks. It's not big enough for a dragon.
I had to choose a location that was away from modern civilization, but nevertheless, I welcome you all to my home.
Wait, you live here? I do. Oh, this must be the dungeon from Dungeons and Dragons, and he's the dragon.
Your Grace, I know you wouldn't bring us here unless you are completely certain, but I wanted to ask you one last time. Is this truly what you wish to do? There will be no going back after this.
Oh, he is, they said that he was one of the... Didn't he fight in the war that they got the dragon help from? Or was that a different war?
What? I've made many mistakes in my lifetime. I gave Wivengard the means to protect themselves, but all it did was warp them into something monstrous.
Is he the guy?
I grew bitter seeing what I had created, so I isolated myself from my people. I thought my best course of action would be to stay in seclusion and leave Wivengard to fend for themselves. I see now what a fool I was. I abandoned my kin to survive in an unjust world. And now foreign powers have ingrained themselves in my kingdom, all because of my negligence.
So, his kingdom. Foreign powers? Does he still suspect that you're an agent of the theocracy?
Well, no more. It's time that the people of Wivengard and their enemies remember who watches over them.
As he raises his hand, magic begins to swirl around him. Whoa, what's going on? The entire room is violently shaking. Whatever he's casting is unlike any magic you've ever seen before. Uh-oh, we're about to get a big spoiler. A blinding light envelops him, but you can faintly see his form changing. It's expanding, and from it... Wait, is that... What up? It's the gold dragon from Dragon Spirit. What? It's a dragon! As the Archduke assumes his true form, the gallery breaks out into hysteria. Some of them kneel in reverence to the ancient dragon, and some of them cower in absolute terror. You even see some of them attempt to flee before they're stopped by the Knights of the King's Guard.
Enough. This may not be a court, but I will have order.
You're an ancient dragon. Wow, dude, calling him old. No, you're the last ancient dragon.
That is correct, Heavensborn. I am the Lord of all lords. You all stand before Rathalion, the scale of the Lord.
Hi, guy. What up?
Remus Virgile is an alias I assume when I walk amongst your kind. But make no mistake, even in my human form, I have always had the strength of an ancient dragon.
He broke the handle of the letter opener.
Until now, only the lords of House Steelwind and the kings of Wivengard have known my true identity. But I will hide no longer. My will alone will determine how this trial ends.
Wonder if Rathalion is still alive, like you said. I wouldn't be surprised. Despite everything, our kingdom's constitution still includes him in our government. Wait, really? As the savior of our kingdom, he was given an honorary position on our political hierarchy. His authority technically rivals that of the king. Rivals, you say? So that's why you're acting as the arbiter. You're the only person with the authority to convict any and all of the nobles here.
Make no mistake, Mr. Cuthbert. I will remain impartial regardless of what transpires here. I will not interfere in this trial nor manipulate its outcome. I will only mediate its proceedings and pass judgment when necessary.
Well, that's certainly terrifying.
Now then, with introductions out of the way, shall we proceed? Of course, Your Grace. The prosecution is ready.
Well, the defense is also ready.
I'm sure we're all thoroughly aware of why we've gathered here. But for the sake of doing this properly, could you please list the charges, Lucio?
Of course. The defendant, Arya Steelwind, is charged with several counts of manslaughter. Her victims include many knights from the Kingsguard who are still unresponsive. And of course, there's Lord Von Sanctus and Coraline Sybil, the heads of House Von Sanctus and House Sybil, respectively.
And that other jerk. This trial has been over before it began. What? What is this farce? Lady Steelwind clearly overestimated herself. Even a child knows to be wary of mage blade. No, don't you see? This is Bahamut's judgment. The divine powers that be clearly think she is unfit to rule at the king's side. Might I remind the court of my own testimony? Stop harping on about that Beatrice stuff. I witnessed Beatrice Frege enter the prayer room before I lost consciousness. Isn't it suspicious that this occurred around 15 minutes before Pierce's death?
Objection!
Holy crap. I still, I like Manfred's better. That was really good, but Manfred's was like like a little more bone chilling than that. Hang on, I'm gonna. If Manfred Park armor was smart.
Objection.
Alright, Von Karma has one of the most terrifying objections in the AA series. Yeah. Final opponent in Ace Attorney Investigations for a really scary objection. Did they say objection in that? I don't even remember them going to court, but I think I was like halfway through case 4 when I stopped playing it.
You don't know if it was someone else disguised in an illusion. You didn't even speak to her.
That's all the more reason to call her to the stand to explain herself. Ooh, I like that sound. The sound of the axe hitting the dungeon floor.
She has already testified that she has no memories of what transpired during the massacre. There is no need to drag this out any longer than necessary, Cuthbert.
My client has a right to a fair trial, and Beatrice Frege's involvement clearly implies some sort of foul play.
Enough. I find Mr. Cuthbert's request to be reasonable. And I agree that Lady Frege's actions are quite suspect. Very well. Let the defense have his battle.
Dang.
I only hope for his sake that his blade strikes true.
Why is everything a war metaphor with you? Oh, look. Beatrice. I'm glad you're safe, Mr. Cuthbert. Not for lack of trying on your part. That's... Dang it. Eris! Stop doing that. Let me read it first before you change it. I have no memories of what I did. If I hurt you, I am truly sorry. She actually looks pretty sincere, but it's not as if this is the first time she's lied to you. To be honest, I'm still a little doubtful about your memory loss. But I'm not the only one who experienced it. Arya also had some memories of what happened.
And how would you know that?
Word travels around quickly in the dungeons.
What?
She was in the prison cell next to her. Regardless, if you truly have no memories of what happened, could you testify about what you do remember? Trying to think if they changed the sound effect for that. It sounded different, I think. I don't really care if they didn't, but if they did, that's really nice attention to detail. Perhaps there's a clue where we haven't discovered yet. We haven't discovered yet. Very well. I do love that the imp is with her still. Ooh, it's different music. I mean, it's a different remix. I was with my sisters and my guide. Eris Ilmater. I was speaking with them in the garden when I suddenly felt ill and lost consciousness. When I woke up, my sisters found me. They said that I had gone missing for over an hour. I was confused, but when I later heard what happened, I realized that someone must have taken control of my body. I have no memories of what happened, and from what I understand, the same thing happened to Arya. And to make matters worse, there's nothing that indicates who may have controlled our actions. She's also saying that someone else was controlling her. Well, her testimony does match up with Arya's statement. There's something off about the way she's testifying. If she were trying to lie to you, she would have been a lot more vague. What is she doing? She's been missing since the massacre happened. I really hope she's okay. Oh, make no mistake, she's definitely okay. The demon girl? Yeah, she knows what she's doing. What makes you so sure? Do you remember anything about what happened to her? No, but it's just a feeling.
Enough of your speculation. Tell us what happened next, Frege.
If they were with you, shouldn't your sisters have noticed this?
According to Leafa and Miriam, their pet dog was running amok in the hallways.
Because they said vet.
They left the witness with Ilmater to chase him down. And when the sisters returned to the garden, both Beatrice and Ilmater were gone.
Do you remember anything after that? No. I really want to remember, but I can't. She certainly looks like she's telling the truth, but history shows that she's hardly trustworthy. You have no memory. Not at all. I can only imagine what I was forced to do while I was unconscious. Forced? What do you mean by that? So you're also saying that someone else controlled your body? Yes, it's the only explanation for why you saw me in the prayer room.
Objection! Objection! Absolutely ridiculous. Arcane magic is not capable of mind control. You are spinning a fairy tale to absolve yourself.
You're compelled to agree with him, so why do you feel like something's wrong? Think what you will, but please believe me when I say I have no memories of him. Your statement does match up with what happened to my client, but you clearly already knew what happened to her. You could just be using that knowledge to fabricate an alibi. I suppose I can't blame you for thinking that after what you saw. Mr. Cuthbert, I know it doesn't mean much coming from me, but I am telling the truth. That remains to be seen. Why would you even bring that up? Well, if you had evidence that someone else was controlling us, it would exonerate both me and Arya. Think, Mr. Cuthbert, isn't there anything... That would be the best case scenario, wouldn't it? Shh. Ugh. What? It's nothing. She looks extremely frustrated for some reason. The way she's testifying is a little bit strange. She immediately concluded that someone had taken control of her, and why would she bring that up? What happened to Arya? Should I show the glyph again? So many spells, man. What was in your compendium? Did you have the sleep spell in your compendium? How about this?
Objection!
Why would she say something like that? Found the contradiction, but it was almost like she gave it to you. Beatrice, you said there's no indication of who orchestrated this, but there is one piece of evidence that does just that, albeit loosely. And what would that be? This symbol. You pull out the parchment with the purple mark on it and show it to her. Aww. That's a cute imp. He's like scared and holding on to her arm. Manfred or whatever his name is. I like his blinking animation. Marineth, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Is he afraid of this? Marineth, yeah. Marinara. What's wrong? He's using his powers to suppress our connection.
Magic?
Can't actually see what you're trying to show me. Marineth, can you stop being petty and just let her see it?
I don't take orders from you, Heavensborn.
I wonder, Mr. Cuthbert. What is on that parchment? You see, Beatrice, Arya has been investigating a string of murders throughout Wivengard. These murders appear to be unrelated, despite how gruesome they are. But they all share one thing in common. This symbol was found at each and every crime scene.
Objection! Don't tell me my daughter has roped you into her little conspiracy theory. Your mind control defense would be laughable if it weren't downright insulting.
Lord Steelwind, during the gap in Arya's memory, someone placed this mark in her pocket. It was clearly some sort of taunt from whoever orchestrated this.
Nonsense. She clearly drew that symbol herself during her psychotic episode. I've had to listen to her go on and on about her insane theory. She's obsessed with it.
Mr. Cuthbert, aren't you curious about what just happened? What are you talking about? Think about it. My apologies. I don't know why I said that. Ugh. This is the first instance I remember of someone, like, being aware that their lines are being rewritten. Is everything okay, Beatrice? Yes, I'm perfectly fine. She's gonna have to trick the curse somehow. Anyways, it looks like you'll have to figure the rest out on your own. Figure out the rest on my own? What do you mean by that?
There's nothing to figure out. Your Grace, these two are making a mockery of us by spouting these insane theories.
But, like, the judge knows that divine magic exists?
The defense clearly has no case. End this at once.
Okay.
Considering what I know, I'd like to indulge this theory.
Ah, there we go.
What?
The judge is finally giving you a chance for once. That's a first. What's a different judge? You shouldn't waste this opportunity. You've actually been noticing it for quite a while. Beatrice has been acting strangely since the trial began. It's suspicious, but not in a way that seems to implicate her. It's almost like she's intentionally trying to make you realize something. Why don't you pull on this thread a little more? She just asked if you were curious about what just happened. You're not sure why she stopped herself when you asked for elaboration. What event was Beatrice referring to? Beatrice presented the purple. Marineth hid the purple mark from Beatrice. Marineth, he didn't allow Beatrice to see the purple mark. He'd only do that if Beatrice would recognize it normally. Why would Marineth interfere? Marineth is familiar, and he used to follow her orders. But things have clearly changed now that she belongs to the Empress of Discord. So why would a demon like Marineth interfere like this? Marineth hasn't been hiding the ancient dragons. Marineth is lying about a demon. Purple Mark is related to a demon. Purple Mark must be related to a demon somehow. That's the only explanation as to why he would prevent her from seeing the mark. But Arya has been investigating murders throughout Wyverngard. Does this mean that her investigation also has something to do with the demon? Arya suspected that each of the murderers was acting against their will. Now, both Arya and Beatrice are also claiming they were controlled. How could something demonic control Beatrice? They're demonic. Wait, did Arya make a pact with a demon? Can't explain what happened to Arya and those other individuals. But you do know why Beatrice might not have full control of her actions. Beatrice forgot control of their actions before the trial. Lost control of her actions due to a blood contract. You recall what was written on Beatrice's contract during her trial. It said what would happen if she failed to claim House Freyga. Her soul, her mind, and her life would all be claimed by the Empress of Discord. What does this tell us about Arya? This Empress of Discord owns Beatrice's mind. What would that mean? Would that mean they could also control Beatrice against her will? But if that were true, Arya lost control of their mind. Which promised vengeance. This seems like a big leap. Is this Empress of this? I mean, sure, why not? Let's just assume that Arya is also in a blood contract. No, that can't be right, can it? Did Arya seriously sign a blood contract with a demon? Why would she ever do that? But it's the conclusion that makes the most sense. Can't think of any other way someone could control her against her will. And there is one way to find out for certain. The Divine Edict, that same ability you used against Beatrice during her trial. It was instinctual at the time. If you have some understanding of how it works, it creates a copy of a blood contract between a contract holder and the demon who created it. But for it to work, you need to know the name of the contract holder. In addition to that, you need the name of the demon who created the contract. Which demon did Arya make a blood contract with? Eris. Right now, you're only relying on guesswork. Yeah, now. Going off what you know, the demon who made the contract must be the Empress of Discord. The so-called Empress of Discord. Or Eris for short. Empress. What's Eris's last name? Ilmater? She was mentioned in Beatrice's blood contract, but you still have no idea who or what she is. However, she was mentioned in a blood contract created by Marinath. She must be his superior in some way. That might explain why Marinath doesn't want Beatrice to identify the purple mark. You're not sure if a pseudonym is enough, but it's the closest you can get with what you know so far.
You've been awfully quiet for a while, Mr. Cuthbert. What are you thinking about? He's probably imagining new ways to futilely stall for time.
I think I finally figured out why the witness and the defendant can't remember anything. And it would also explain why they didn't have control of their actions.
Objection! Again with this? If you're so convinced of my daughter's conspiracy, why don't you prove it? I knew it. Even you don't believe in the nonsense you're spouting.
Lord Steele, I want to be wrong about this. If I'm right, the implications don't bode well for anyone involved. So instead of telling you, I think it would be better to show you. Empress of Discord, wherever you may hide.
Damn it!
I knew you could do it. Aw. By the eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Arya Steelwind. Like what? The blood contract seems strange. Unlike Beatrice's contract, it's only one page. Even stranger, there's a large empty space at the top half of the page, only a few sentences at the bottom. The intentions of this contract, the person who hands the contract to Arya Steelwind will be referred to as the patron. By signing this contract, Arya Steelwind surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the patron. This contract will bind Arya Steelwind to the patron so long as they both live. It's signed with Arya's signature. It's a blank parchment. Huh. Person who hands the contract to artist. The patron. When did Eris hand her a piece of paper?
No, this can't be true. This is.
Yo. This just got so anime.
Enough. Stop prattling amongst yourselves.
Selves.
Objection! No, this is a sham. This wretch has clearly created a convincing fabrication.
I'm not a conjurer.
It's genuine, Lucio. It's impossible to falsify something like this.
You can't deny the truth anymore, Lord Steelwind. There is a way to control someone else's actions. Arya Steelwind wasn't affected by Mage Blight. She was controlled against her will.
With this evidence, there's no doubt that Arya did sign a blood contract, but it still doesn't make sense.
I agree. Even if Arya was the type of person to sign a contract with a demon, there isn't a single part of this contract that benefits her. How would Arya sign this contract? The Empress of Discord created the contract to exact revenge on Lord Steelwind. That actually makes sense. Arya signed the contract because she placed her trust in a normal document. There's a large empty space above the terms of your daughter's contract. When I issue a divine edict, it creates a copy of the blood contract that I call for. I think when she was given this contract, it probably looked something entirely different. Something else was written in this empty space to make it look like a normal legal document. Don't tell me Alaric did this. Was it like her wedding license? Oh wait, maybe the priest guy. Like, maybe it looked like a wedding certificate or something and it was signed. No, not my Aster. Which means that my client was not in control of her actions that day.
Objection! Enough of this, all of you!
Do you see now, Lord Steelwind? Arya was not responsible for what happened.
Ah, that remains to be proven.
What are you talking about? She has a blood contract that relinquishes control of her free will.
Not having control and not being responsible are two very different things, Cuthbert.
Yeah. What?
I'll admit the defendant may not have had control of her actions when she murdered the victims. However, she did have full control of herself when she signed this contract.
Are you serious? No one in their right mind would willingly sign a contract like this.
And what of Beatrice Frege? Was she in her right mind when she made a contract with the demon Marineth? If we can't hold the defendant responsible, surely we should also acquit Lady Frege for the murder of her father.
It would solve a lot of problems, actually. That's hardly the same thing.
I, for one, fail to see the difference.
Oh, he's got the same leitmotif as his daughter.
A fool made a deal with a demon, and as a result, several esteemed members of the nobility were killed.
She's your daughter, Lucio.
And how does that change anything?
Damn it, he seriously doesn't care if he convicts Arya.
Honestly, this only places more responsibility on her for what happened. I could have accepted if she had been reckless and accidentally induced Mage Blight. But to sign a contract with a demon? That only further espouses the need to put her down.
She was clearly tricked, Lucio.
Is that so? As a fellow attorney, would you really sign a contract without carefully inspecting it?
Ooh.
Whether it was through foolishness, negligence, or both, the defendant willingly signed a blood contract. She compromised herself, and as a result, 3 nobles died. The responsibility falls squarely on her.
Wait. Even if she willingly signed that contract, that's not entirely true, is it? Who else was responsible for Arya's actions? The patron. Lucio, there's clearly someone else to blame for Arya's actions that day.
Oh, and who would that be?
I'd like to reread my client's blood contract to the court. By signing this contract, Arya Steelwind surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the patron. That can only mean one thing. Whoever this patron is, they took control of my client and used her to murder the victims. Right, so convict both of them. They could still be out there. None of us are safe until this patron is apprehended. Surely we can't end this trial while every member of the Wyvern Guard nobility is in danger.
Well played. I'm compelled to agree with Mr. Cuthbert. Trickery or not, it's clear someone wished ill intent on the nobles.
And until we know who this patron is, you can't pass judgment on my client. Sure they can. Not until we know the circumstances that she signed the blood contract under.
And what would you have us do, Cuthbert?
The contract has no stipulations about proximity or how this mind control works. For all we know, this patron could have murdered the victims all while sitting in their very home.
There was a clear intent behind this attack. Even if the patron didn't directly participate in the murders, they definitely had a motive. If Arya was being controlled, then we can analyze her behavior to determine who was controlling her.
I see. That does sound as good a plan as any. At the very least, we can't allow this patron to escape justice. Despite the questions raised, we clearly made some headway.
I believe we should take a brief recess to process these revelations.
Very well.
I thought that the trial might be a little of a shorter chapter, and I was thinking of getting food after it, but it's fine. Settled in. Step outside the Scaled Lord's lair to get some fresh air. These new revelations are a lot to take in. Celeste looks especially down. From what you've observed, she and Arya have been speaking to each other a lot. They must have become friends over the many times they've met. You can't imagine how powerless she feels right now. Arya, I'm so sorry. Don't be. Her voice begins to break. She's always been stoic, but it's clear even she has her breaking point. I can't imagine what you're feeling right now, but there's still hope. If we can find out who did this to you, we can still save you. Do you remember if you've signed anything recently? No, I don't. Damn it, the patron must have wiped your memories to cover their tracks. But I still don't understand. Even if I don't remember signing the contract, I don't think I would be that careless. Right. As much as I hate to admit it, Lucio is right. You're an attorney like I am, and we always carefully look over contracts before we sign them. Which raises the question of how the patron got your signature. I don't know. Damn it, we don't even know what circumstances you were under when you signed that contract. For all we know, the patron could have used any number of tactics to coerce you into doing this. That's also possible. Arya. As you're deliberating amongst yourselves, Lord Steelwind approaches you. I like how he has the eye patch over the non-scarred eye. Got hit in both eyes. What are you doing here? Father. I can't believe him. How does he have nothing to say? No. His actions say otherwise, but you could have sworn you saw something through the eye. It's almost as if he was saddened and worried. Well, no matter how he feels internally, he's made it clear that he's your enemy. He alternates the eye patch depending on the day of the week. Ah, that makes sense. Like Nick Fury. Whatever his motivations are, you'll overcome him, just like everyone else. Be it dragon, man, god, child. We should also head back, Celeste. Phil Ken Sabin from Harvey Birdman. Oh. I remember that show. No matter what it takes, you're going to see this through. Right.
Court is now resumed. Shall we pick up where we carried off? How would you like to proceed?
I think we should review what we do know about the murders.
We do have a plethora of witnesses to work with.
That's correct, so let's start from the beginning. It all began at noon yesterday morning. I was at my house in Ratholm with Arya and my bodyguard, Celeste. I was speaking with them when a courier suddenly delivered a letter to my home. It was from Garrick Pierce. He wanted to meet with me and Celeste at the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord at 2 p.m. Except did he? To make sure we were on time, we arrived at the Grand Cathedral at 1 p.m. At the time, we didn't know that the cathedral was closed to the public, but the knights guarding the cathedral allowed us through anyways. Apparently, they were expecting us.
That should not have been possible. Due to the solemnity of this situation, we were very particular about who was permitted to enter the cathedral.
It's possible someone pulled some strings to let us through.
Or you two entered the cathedral illegally.
Well, I'm sure that knight from the Kingsguard can vouch for us.
I know about every order given to the Kingsguard, and none of them were told to let you two through.
It's possible the knights we met fell comatose like the others, and as long as they're unresponsive, we'll never know.
Perhaps we should continue.
Humph. Anyways, we arrived at the church and spent the next hour sightseeing before we went to meet with Pierce. In that time, we met with Remus, Lucio, Arya, Aster, and Alaric. And around that time, Arya and Aster left together to meet with the High Speaker in his quarters. In his quarters? That's an important tidbit. I didn't actually realize that they went to his quarters. His quarters are soundproof. While exploring the cathedral, we spoke with Von Sanctus and Sybil. Then we spoke with the three Frege sisters and Eris Ilmater.
Eris Ilmater?
She's a friend of Beatrice Frege. Right, friend. The Kingsguard wouldn't let her bring her family into the cathedral, so she brought Eris to guide her instead. Oh, her familiar. Friend is a strong word. I think they meant fiend. Anyways, we left the garden at around 1:45 p.m. to meet with Pierce in the prayer room. And at around the same time, Arya left her meeting with the High Speaker and felt nauseous. The last thing she remembers is looking at Lake Gallicrond.
A likely story.
Regardless, at 2 p.m., Aster went to pay respects to his father's body. Unbeknownst to him, a mage had placed a glyph of contingency in front of his father's coffin. It was set to trap him within a force cage.
What a despicable act. Considering what followed, the attack on His Majesty must have been a diversion.
Right. It was also, as he's a unicorn, it was also at this time that both Beatrice and Eris went missing. Considering the timing of it all, someone must have taken control of Beatrice's body after the trap on Aster was sprung.
And are you saying this patron controlled her as well?
Who's the one with the polymorph? Arya? Yeah. No, I don't think so. According to her contract, her mind belongs to the Empress of Discord, not the patron. She definitely must be two different people. Furthermore, Arya's blood contract was created by the Empress. Okay. It's clear that the patron and the Empress were in league with each other. Ruby?
Wonderful. Another demon we have to worry about.
Anyways, the patron and the Empress had all the pieces they needed. Empress of Discord. Wonder how many admins on Discord you sent name. Right. That's when they began the massacre. The patron took control of Arya's body, and they used her to murder Von Sanctus at 2:05 p.m. Presumably, Arya started a fire in the common room around this time. What's the duration of force cage, though. 1 hour. You'd think that he wouldn't, like, that he would have put the force cage up. I mean, I think the force cage would keep the fire out. So if his force cage was up for an hour, he died at 2:05. But he died of suffocation. Maybe air can't get into the force cage. Maybe the fire could still, like, take the oxygen out of the force cage? I don't know. I'll keep that in the back of my head, but I'm not going to follow that trail too hard right now. Presumably, Arya started a fire in the common room around this time. But when was, Alaric's testimony? Exiting the common room. Maybe he was a frog. That's why his ears were ringing, because frogs don't have ears. Since Von Sanctus's body was found there, this must have been after she murdered him. They're trying to say that she murdered him and then started a fire? Instead of using fireballs to kill him? Shortly after, Prince Alaric spotted smoke from the fire and asked Arya what was going on. Arya responded by using an unknown transmutation spell to incapacitate him.
I think they would use her to attack the prince as well.
And luckily, the effects of that spell were only temporary, and Alaric came out unharmed. How temporary is that? 1 hour. Dromley. After this, the patron used Arya to murder Sybil at 2:15 p.m. She brought Sybil's body to the westward balcony where she dumped it into the Lake Galacron. Are we saying that she didn't die here? She was just brought here to be dumped? High Speaker Arceus witnessed this, but he wasn't sure of what she'd thrown off the balcony until much later. The High Speaker thought this encounter was strange, but he continued with his business. He headed to the prayer room, but was turned away by the knight standing guard there. Meanwhile, Celeste and I were talking to Lord Pierce. When we showed up for the meeting earlier, he was clearly expecting someone else to show up. A demon? We tried to get to the bottom of what was happening, but he refused to answer our questions. And at about 2:20 p.m., we heard a commotion outside. Celeste went to investigate. And that's when Celeste fought Arya. The patron's target was Garrick Pierce, but Celeste was too powerful to neutralize. They fought each other for about 15 minutes. I thought she said 20 minutes. Remember, it was 2,000 rounds? 200 rounds? Arya's finally able to push past her. But that was just Celeste's estimation of it. During the fight, the Empress sent Beatrice into the prayer room. She probably made Beatrice invisible to move undetected. She then used her to cast a sleep spell on Pierce and me to knock us out. I remember checking the time close to when this happened. This must have happened at 2:30 p.m.
If your testimony is correct, Beatrice Frigga was actively used in this plan.
Yes, and considering how quickly the massacre unfolded, the Empress must have coordinated with the patron. They probably planned how they would use Beatrice and Arya to carry out the murders. Anyways, after Beatrice knocked us out, Arya finally pushed past Celeste and entered the prayer room. Before Celeste could chase after her, she had already murdered Pierce. Arya and I were already unconscious by the time Celeste entered the room. The patron had already achieved their goal of murdering the three nobles, so she probably fell unconscious after they released their control over her. Wait, what? The patron already achieved the goal of murdering things. Oh, Arya. Arya was unconscious in the room? Okay. Arya and I regained consciousness shortly thereafter. That's when the Inquisition arrested her for the murders. Oh, yeah.
Lord Pierce was one of the victims. Your meeting clearly had more significance than I had realized. So tell us, Cuthbert, what was your discussion about?
I'm gonna have to take the stand and play chess against myself. It's fine, you can tell them. Alright, as long as it's okay with you. For the past few months, Celeste and I have been investigating who her birth parents are.
I recall receiving many complaints about her during the Lord's Ball.
Supposedly, Garrick Pierce had the information we were seeking. That letter he sent us said that he wanted to trade this information for his freedom. Was he in a blood contract? And that's what he wanted freedom from? But why would the demon care about Celeste's heritage? I'd sooner believe the demon already knew it than Pierce did. Unless, like, it's Ruby Timora. Huh. I assumed this meant that he wanted me to be his attorney.
Do you honestly expect us to believe that? Why would he ask for help from the attorney who indicted him in the first place?
We thought the same thing, and when we arrived for the meeting, it was clear I wasn't the intended recipient. This means that Pierce sent that letter to someone else. To Ruby. Well, like, it got to Ruby's house. Is Ruby a demon? That would explain why she's like 46 and still a babe. Well, not necessarily. You could be 46 and a babe. It's all about confidence. This means that Pierce sent that letter to someone else.
You better not be lying to us, Cuthbert.
Frankly, I don't much care if you believe me. Regardless, if we examine every action Arya took, we can build a psychological profile of the patron.
I will give you that.
To begin, the defense would like to call the Inquisition commander to the stand. His testimony might shed some light on how Von Sanctus and Sybil died. Despite all these witness accounts, we still only know how Pierce was murdered.
Yes, he was impaled using a blade magically frozen from his own blood.
Where did his blood come from? In a grim sort of way, it's almost poetic that he died the same way Flintheart died. But you doubt that will give Celeste any kind of closure. The blade was formed out of his blood? When did that be said? Anyways, we need to find out exactly how Arya murdered Von Sanctus and Sybil. The massacre was swift and efficient. It must have required a lot of forethought and coordination. If we figured out who might have had this knowledge, we might be able to find out who did this.
I see. That sounds as good a plan as any.
Kingsguard,
escort Commander Orem White to the witness stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Right,
Commander?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just can't do this. How am I supposed to act like this is normal? A giant lizard is standing right behind me. Calling me a lizard is highly offensive, Commander. Oh, sorry, your scaled lordship, sir.
Commander, just try your best to testify about what happened.
Yeah. It all started when we received a report from the Kingsguard. The prosecutor attacked Prince Alaric and a fire had broken out in the command room.
In the common room. Did I say command room?
We weren't sure what the deal with Steelwind was, so we went to the common room to put out the fire. When
When we got there, we noticed a bunch of unconscious knights in front of the prayer room. We went to the prayer room. That's when we found Steelman and Cuthbert unconscious next to Pierce's dead body. We later found the bodies of Von Sanctus and Sybil too. That's when we realized that she offed all three of them. So you still have no idea how Steelman was used to murder Von Sanctus or Sybil? Not a clue. It's especially worse for Von Sanctus. That fire burned a lot of the physical evidence off his body. What about Sybil? Was there any physical evidence on her body? No idea about that either. She didn't have any wounds either. Ooh, Sybil didn't have any wounds? All we know is that she died of suffocation. There's definitely more information you can glean from their investigation. And this is mainly based on Prince Alaric's testimony, am I correct? Yeah, we still had no idea which transmutation spell she hit him with. Judging from the time of the report, this must have been well after all three of the murders occurred. Yeah, it was unfortunate how that played out. If Steelman really was controlled, whoever controlled her knew how to get the job done quickly. Well, they did this so efficiently. Is that wise? Regardless of who it was, someone assaulted the Prince of Wivengard. We're already dealing with the king, who is trapped at the Ford's cage. Honestly, a lot happened in that hour, and most of our attention was focused on keeping the royal family safe.
We can already conclude that the attack on the king was a distraction. Whoever orchestrated this must have known we'd focus our attention on keeping the royal family safe.
That doesn't rule out Aster. But why would he want to get out of his wedding with Arya? That's the part that doesn't make sense. Suppose that makes sense, and the casualties still included many knights from the Kingsguard. They probably had to spread their forces thin to protect everyone else, and handle the fire in the common room.
What did you do when you arrived at the common room, Commander?
Did you see Arya or Celeste?
No, we only saw the aftermath of their fight. There were marks and craters everywhere in that hallway.
Pierce's time of death was
2:45 p.m., and the knights didn't arrive at the common room until 3:10 p.m. They didn't arrive at the prayer room until after the battle had taken place.
Wait, would that mean you were in the room with Pierce's body for 25 minutes? Why didn't you look for help? You weren't waking up for some reason, so I kept channeling my healing magic into you. Looking back, I probably should have just looked for help. But even if Arya was unconscious, I didn't want to leave you alone in that room with her. Jealous. Right, sorry. Calling that moment is clearly taking a toll on her mind. More careful. Yeah, she feels like she let me down and stuff. Judging from the timing, this would have been several minutes after he'd already died. Yeah, and we had no idea what was going on. Pierce was already dead, and you and Steelman were unresponsive. I can see why I'd be unresponsive. I was hit with a spell specifically designed to make people sleep, but why would Arya be unresponsive too?
We had no idea. We never even heard of demonic possession until today. For all we know, it could have been a side effect of being controlled for over an hour.
Suppose that makes sense. Could that common thread truly be a mere coincidence? That last statement was a little vague. Perhaps you should ask him to elaborate on one of the murders. But whose murder should he elaborate on? The one they know about? Could you elaborate more on Pierce's murder? Was there any evidence that implied how he died?
Well, that one is simple. McCoy chased Steelman into the prayer room, but didn't arrive fast enough. When she got there, Pierce was already dead. He was killed using a blade magically formed from his own blood.
But why would she do something like that? When he murdered Flintheart McCoy, he only used shaped liquid to avoid leaving behind any evidence. I doubt the patron would make Steelwind do the same thing. I mean, they did add a level of coolness by killing him with his own blood, though. Their intent was to pin the crime on her. We'd think she knew McCoy was on her tail. She didn't have enough time to suffocate him as she did with Von Sanctus and Sybil. And she didn't have any weapons on her. She must have had to improvise. She has other spells that could have done the job. She could have hit him with the Steelwind Strike. I know from experience that she is terrible at controlling that spell. It's possible she didn't want to unleash such a powerful spell in a closed room. That sort of tracks, but it still doesn't feel right. She can't really refute it now. It'd be best to move on. Anyways, the other two murders were really well planned. Pierce's murder was the only one that required improvisation. It's possible that the patron severely underestimated McCoy's combat capabilities. She fought my daughter for almost half an hour. Meanwhile, the other two murders. It was 20 minutes, then it was 15 minutes, now it's almost half an hour. Losing track of time. Meanwhile, the other two murders occurred with quick succession of one another. Yeah, I see what you mean. Anyways, please add this to your testimony, Commander White. Sure, whatever you say, kid. Which is strangely similar to how he murdered Flintheart McCoy. Lord Pierce was one of the targets of the patron. It's likely they knew about what happened during McCoy's trials and drew inspiration from that. Still, though, it seems awfully creative for something they came up with at the moment. Well, don't the legends say that demons engage in contrapasta? Contrapasso. Say what now? Some people believe that when souls are sent to hell, they're punished in a way that relates to their sins. In Pierce's case, he committed murder with a frozen blade. It's possible this Empress wanted the patron to murder him in the same way. Although, you still can't say for sure. Despite how much you know, there are a lot of details missing about how Von Sanctus and Sybil died. If you found some clues that you missed, you should elaborate about each of the murders. I was just gonna do that. Relax, game. Out of all the murders, Pierce is the one we have the most information about. Yeah, from what it sounds like, the patron wasn't planning to let McCoy live. That drawn-out fight must have really thrown a wrench into her plans. I find that a little strange, though. How so? My daughter is a worthless soldier. She has no talent for combat. And I have experienced McCoy's battle prowess firsthand. As much as I hate to admit it, McCoy should have easily overcome her in an even fight. It was her magic that was the problem. Oh, man, I can't keep doing this guy's voice. And I had no idea what kind of spells she could throw at me, so I had to be careful. And despite everything, I really didn't want to hurt her. Kindness could be the death of you, McCoy. Be better just to let that slide. Anyways, is Pierce the victim you wanted to focus on? Perhaps she has to elaborate on the other murders. Could you elaborate more on Sybil's murder? Is there any evidence that implied how she died? Using our divination magic, we know she died of suffocation, but we're not exactly sure how. But unlike Von Sanctus, Sybil's body wasn't burned. Shouldn't there have been wounds around her neck if she was suffocated? Oh, no, they just used a plastic bag. Well, we found traces of necromancy on Sybil. So she had wounds healed? We think Steelwind may cast mend wounds on her body after she offed her. This would have removed any wounds on the body. It's exactly like what happened with Catherine Bellwether. Who? Oh, the teacher. Yeah, the only wounds she has are from the impact of falling into Lake Galacrond. Anyways, please add this to your testimony, Commander White. Sure, whatever you say, kid. How did you know her body was there anyways? Her body started dropping and we noticed that she was nowhere to be found. One of the Kingsguard cast locate creature and realized she was somewhere in the lake. That works on dead creatures. It took us an hour before we finally fished her out. Based on the High Speaker's testimony, she was dead long before that. Could you elaborate more on Von Sanctus's murder? Is there any evidence that implied how he died? Like I said, it's trickier with Von Sanctus because the fire partially burned his body, and our divination magic could only tell that he died of suffocation. I see, so there's no other physical evidence. Well, there is one thing. Aha! From his burn marks, we do know that he was hit with a firebolt before he died. We're guessing she wanted to weaken him before she dealt the final blow. So he took a direct attack from her before he died. Anyways, please add this to your testimony, Commander White. Sure, whatever you say, kid. Choose a firewall to keep him from getting away, but there's the force cage. It seems like a good thread to pull on. Well, let's see what he says if I push. Wait, Fireball is in her spell compendium. Von Sanctus wasn't exactly a fighter after all. Yeah, the poor sap didn't have a chance. He must have been in immense pain from that attack.
Objection!
That's strange.
What is it now?
Commander White, you said that Steelwind attacked Von Sanctus with a firebolt before she suffocated him.
Yeah, she probably wanted to injure him so he'd be easier to subdue.
But that's what I find strange. Von Sanctus knew he was under attack. So wouldn't he cast Force Cage to repel her?
I guess that's true. Von Sanctus was hardly a warrior, Cuthbert. Force Cage is an extremely useful spell, but it has to be aimed. He was hit with a firebolt. He must have been in immense pain.
He aimed it on himself.
I doubt he'd be able to think clearly under those circumstances.
I'd normally agree with you, but the crime scene tells another story.
What do you mean, Mr. Cuthbert?
What implies that Von Sanctus cast Force Cage? The perfectly square trace of magic around his body? Oh, I just showed Force Cage again? When we investigated the crime scene, we found traces of abjuration magic that formed a perfect square around the body. I'm sure if we measured the dimensions of that square, it would be 10 feet by 10 feet.
Which is the same length and width as the cube created by Force Cage.
Like you said, he was in no shape to aim it. So he cast Force Cage on himself to create a makeshift barrier.
Objection!
Why? Why are you objecting?
Nonsense. If Von Sanctus had cast Force Cage on himself,
He should have been protected from further harm. That's what I want to know. Unless he was already on fire. That was it. He got hit by the fireball at first, then cast the Force Cage. And then the fire that was already on him consumed all the oxygen inside the cage, and he suffocated because... So he didn't die from smoke, he died because the fire consumed all the oxygen inside the Force Cage. Huh. So, in a normal 10-foot cube, if there's no... I guess that there would probably be... enough... Like, I guess in a normal circumstance, a 10-foot cube would be enough air to let someone live for an hour. But not if there's fire.
the defendant wouldn't have been able to suffocate him after that.
Perhaps there's some way to bypass Force Cage.
Nope. And once again, your ignorance of the arcane arts is made apparent.
Like... Can't be destroyed by anything. Not even by spells that can normally dispel spell effects.
Force Cage is one of the most powerful abjuration spells in existence.
It can't be dispelled, and no one could teleport into or out of it. Right. Aster was also trapped in a force cage, and he had to wait for the hour duration to elapse, so how did Steelwind suffocate him? Wait, if force cage is a perfectly closed space, is it possible that he ran out of air? That would be a glaring weakness. Honestly, Von Sanctus obviously designed that spell to allow oxygen through the barrier. And before you ask, poisonous gases can't be pushed through the barrier either. Only oxygen can travel through it. Right, and even if they had used poisonous gas, the autopsy report wouldn't have said he was suffocated. How did Arya suffocate Von Sanctus? Fire? How did Arya suffocate Von Sanctus despite that? The fire cast Arya the cage. Fire consumed all the oxygen in the comet. Force cage is specifically designed to allow oxygen through its barrier. But what if there was no oxygen left in the room? No oxygen. That explains why, like, super multiple fireballs were shot. I guess even if they found him, well, they would be able to pump oxygen into the cage. So, like, all of the oxygen had to be depleted, and then... like, I guess it would only take a few minutes to be suffocated. It'll only take a few minutes to suffocate to death. So they probably it's likely they wouldn't have gotten to him in time. No oxygen. Ah, I see.
It was the fire in the common room. The patron knew Arya couldn't harm Von Sanctus once he was in the force cage, so she started a fire to eat all the oxygen within the room.
Well, he should have conjured some oxygen then inside the cage. What should have protected him ended up trapping him, and the inability to dispel it ended up sealing his fate. Uh-huh. Next time I'm gonna learn create oxygen.
Well, I suppose that explains how the defendant murdered Von Sanctus. But with that in mind, a lot of this plan sounds like it was improvised at the moment.
Just like the murder appears. Not only that, we assume that the patron used the same method to kill both Lord Von Sanctus and Lord Sybil. But I doubt Lady Sybil died under the same circumstances.
Correct. There was only one fire. And if Sybil was in that force cage, the defendant wouldn't have been able to throw her body into the Lake Galacrond. Which means Sybil must have died by asphyxiation elsewhere.
In the lake. Have these people not heard of drowning? What the heck?
Then it's clear our next course of action is to determine how Lady Sybil was murdered.
But we still don't know where she was murdered.
And the only witness who saw her around this time was the High Speaker. Which was after the defendant disposed of Sybil's body.
Well, the High Speaker's testimony is as good a start as any. For our next witness, the defense would like to call High Speaker Theon Arceus to the stand.
Okay.
What's wrong? I don't like the Pope. He's representing my religion wrong.
That's nothing. Please carry on.
Huh. That's interesting. Why don't you like the Pope?
Kingsguard. Escort High Speaker Arceus to the witness stand.
Witness, will you testify about...
Oh, great and blessed scaled Lord. To think you would grace us with your presence.
Oh, me. Ah! Forgive me, Lord Rathalion. I spoke out of turn. Wow, it looks like the witness is schmoozing the judge for once. It looks like the witness is smoozing the judge for once.
How many times do I have to tell you people that I am not a god?
Oh, man.
Yes, I revere and serve the god of dragons, but I'm not Bahamut's avatar.
Oh.
But you're the Scaled Lord. I'm just a dragon. I'm not even a powerful one. I'm not a deity.
This humility. That's exactly what Bahamut's avatar would say.
I swear to Bahamut.
He even swears by the god's name.
Lucio, please handle this. Perhaps another approach is warranted. High Speaker Arceus, the great and powerful Rathalion, calls upon you today. We require your...
You require my blood? Of course, I will gladly give my life for the Scaled Lord. Holy crap, his staff is so awesome.
What? No! Of course, my blood could never be enough. Would you just let me...
Hey, he has green eyes. Maybe he knows, Sybil.
I will do as you wish, my lord. It might take some time, though. I need some time to gather some followers and... We just want your testimony. Just tell us what you saw when Miss Steelman was at the westward balcony yesterday.
Just casually offered to procure a mass sacrifice like it's nothing. Oh, I see. He's a metallic dragon, please.
If that's what you truly wish, my lord.
Are we just going to ignore how he's ready to commit mass murder? Hey. Being ready to commit murder is not a crime, alright? I'm not a lawyer. That's the hashtag not legal advice. I don't know that.
Be quiet. We just got him to calm down. I was doing some paperwork in my quarters, and I suppose I lost track of the time. My alarm went off, and I realized that it was time for my afternoon prayers. I began heading to the prayer room where I spotted Lady Steelwind looking over the westward balcony. I tried to greet her, but she didn't respond to me. That's when I noticed she was pushing something large over the balcony and into Lake Galakrond.
What about the gravel? Maybe that's how she died from the head trauma. She pushed something onto her head, it broke. Why the transmutation on it though? And then she healed the head trauma with the necromancy, and then pushed her into the lake. Oh. Yeah, okay. The, maybe this, like, she dropped a gravel brick or statue or something, maybe like a gargoyle or something like that, onto her head. And that was supposed to kill her, but it only knocked her unconscious. So then she cast the necromancy to cover the tracks of the trauma wound. And then while she was unconscious, she threw her into the lake. She threw her into the lake, and then she drowned to death. So she was knocked unconscious by whatever that broken rubble was, and then she drowned. Okay. But these people have never heard of drowning, so it's going to be tough for them to figure it out.
I asked her what she was doing, but again, she ignored me and went towards the prayer. She ignored me and went towards the prayer room. I thought nothing of it and made my way there as well. That's when the guards there turned me away.
I guess it took him longer to get there because he's old.
I went back to my quarters to do my prayers there.
Considering the timing of it all, it must have happened minutes before she began attacking in the prayer room. Um, 218. And they fight for 15 minutes or half an hour or something.
Yes, I consider myself lucky. The Scale Lord must have graced me with divine luck.
Please, just stop. Considering how quickly she was moving, there has to be a reason why she waited there. She waiting for the High Speaker to leave? Perhaps you should closely examine the timing of these events. Your alarm went off, so that would be some good timing. You would know when your alarm was set, right? An alarm?
It's a rudimentary artificery device used to remind me to conduct daily prayers.
I see. Have it set to go off at a specific time?
Yes, I set it to go off at 2:10 p.m.,
5 minutes before my afternoon prayers. $2:18. You were late. What was her expression like?
It was very cold and emotionless. The patron must have had control over her when this happened.
Yes, that certainly makes the most sense. Right. What time did this happen? It was shortly after my alarm went off. It would definitely be before 2:15 p.m. It's adding the time into the text. That's pretty good. It was still before 2:15 p.m. Our encounter was short. So I noticed she was pushing something larger than back end into Lake Galacron. And that must have been Sybil's body.
I suppose so.
You don't sound so sure of it yourself.
It's just that I recall Lady Sybil's garb to be much brighter.
Did she, like, make her a zombie?
Meanwhile, the thing I saw Lady steal went through over the balcony was much darker.
Right, you mentioned that before.
It's clear it was just a trick of the sunlight. That balcony is directly above where we found Lady Sybil's body in Lake Galacron. You obviously saw the defendant dumping the body. What else could it have been?
Yes, I suppose you're right. I asked her what she was doing, but she normally went towards the prayer room. The patron was probably trying to keep her on track. But I'm surprised she didn't attack you. Even if the patron was trying to frame her, she hadn't killed Pierce yet.
Yes, I'm a little confused about that myself, but perhaps I should just be happy I came out of the encounter unharmed.
Anyways, how long did you talk to her?
Our encounter was very brief, since she was ignoring me. It couldn't have lasted for more than 2 minutes.
Oh, we got different text. So you usually say your afternoon prayers at 2:15 p.m.? So this is the holiest hour of the god of dragons, Bahamut.
This is the first I have heard of this. Was I mistaken? Forgive me, my lord, I can't believe I've dishonored your deity. Hey. You know what? Just forget I said anything.
Looking over Lake Galacron, knowing what I know, it's possible that she was making sure she could throw Lady Sybil's body into the lake from there. She was clearly fine with you witnessing her act suspiciously. Why would she even go to the trouble of hiding Sybil's body in the first place? The patron clearly needed delay when the murders were discovered. The defendant wasn't able to murder Pierce until much later, after all. I suppose that makes sense, but they probably didn't plan to fight Celeste for that long. There has to be a reason why she threw Sybil's body into the lake. I suppose so. You don't sound so sure. Yeah. Snap. It must have been a short exchange then. The patron was controlling her at the time. They must have been hoping that he would leave. It would be easier to just murder him and then and there. She could have done just. Yeah, okay. Right. And these guards are still comatose. It makes you uneasy that you still don't have an explanation for that. Did the Empress of Discord use some kind of demonic magic to do that? Is sleep concentration based? Oh. But they don't... They would see the mist. Huh. The Eye of Horus doesn't leave magical traces, so it's possible that demonic magic is the same, right? Doesn't work on divine magic. Either way, it's awfully convenient he left right before the attack on the prayer room happened. Put a pin in that for now. Anyways, this happened. I believe it was 2:15 p.m. That's when I usually arrive at the prayer room. So I guess it would have taken him 5 minutes to get back, and he'd get back about 2:20. You were in your quarters during the massacre? Yes, and as I mentioned before, my room is magically soundproof. My guards and I were woefully unaware of what was happening. We didn't know what was happening until some of the members of the Kingsguard came to inform me of what had happened to the king. So, members of the Kingsguard were there, and there with him. He mentioned that his guards were there too. You can all probably verify this, but it's still a little hard to believe how close he came to harm that day. How long were you in your quarters for? I waited there until the Kingsguard noticed me. It was safe. Waited there until 3:15 p.m. It's around the time that Arya was arrested. Very small time frame between Sybil's death and Arya's attack on the prayer room. The details of his testimony make a huge difference depending on when each event happened. You see if you remember the exact time of each person's testimony. Okay. But the thing is, like, assuming Sybil died after being thrown into the lake, then her time of death, it would be like a few minutes later than everyone thinks it is. So she died at 2:18. Yeah, okay. That's what we're about to find out, that she actually was alive when she got thrown off. Oops, I didn't mean to press. Snap, snap.
Objection!
Wait, what? Is something wrong? There is, but I'm not really sure what it means. Come on, bro. You can think about it. I think you can figure it out. Stop simmering and say what you want to say. Hi, speaker. You said that you saw Arya dumping something over the ledge of the balcony. There's no need to be vague, Cuthbert. It's clear from the evidence that he saw my daughter dumping Lady Sybil's body. That's the thing, Lord Steelwyn. It couldn't have been Sybil's body. What are you talking about? The location from that balcony where we found Lady Sybil's body lines up perfectly. Oh my gosh, Snack's 89 right now? Oh man. That may be, but the witness just said he saw Arya dumping the body before 2:15 p.m. Wait, you see it too, don't you, Lucio? How did Arya dump Coraline Sybil's body into Lake Galacron before 2:15 p.m.? If her time of death was 2:18 p.m., it's still her body if she's alive. I see, that does seem peculiar. But we know the defendant threw Sybil's body from that balcony. There would be no other explanation for how it ended up there. Yes, that's also true. Oh no. Someone's got healthy snack treats. Time to ping Discord. I have enough for 7 more. Don't worry, I pinged the snack enthusiast role in Discord. That's also true. Perhaps she was alive. She threw her off the body, right? Oh, yeah. I thought you weren't gonna interfere, Rathalion.
She could have been knocked unconscious with a sleep spell. Your Grace, there were no traces of conjuration magic on her body. And even if she was asleep, she wouldn't have survived a fall from that height. The distance from that balcony to the lake is more than 30 stories. And the autopsy report says that the cause of death was suffocation, not blunt force.
Right. So when did she die? She died after she hit the water. Wait. While she was... Hang on. Run that tape back. Stenographer, what did he just say about not being able to survive the fall? Oh well. She must have died after she hit the water.
But Mr. Cuthbert, Lucio just said that she would have died upon impact.
But that's assuming she didn't do anything to lessen the blow. Did she cast Featherfall before she got knocked unconscious? Maybe she never was unconscious and she just can't swim. But she was also a darker color? Does that mean that, like, maybe they cast Stone Skin on her? Who has Stone Skin? Completely restricts the... Oh, wait, there's Hold Creature. Never mind. I accidentally clicked on the right one instead. Concentrate on this spell. The target will be unable to move any part of their body. Even subtle movements such as gestures required to cast are impossible as really with their mouth. But Featherfall has a somatic component. So she must have cast it first, or... Thick layer of stone around their body. Transmute. Oh, that might be where the gravel came from. Stone layer will deflect any physical trauma. Stone layer can be slowly broken. So who has Stone Skin? Alright, Sybil has Stone Skin. Does Arya have Stone Skin? No. So maybe she cast Stone Skin first. She might have had the opportunity to cast a spell or to protect herself. That might explain why her body isn't as damaged despite falling from such a great height.
Objection!
Again, that doesn't match with the evidence. Lady Sybil's spell compendium contains the spell Slow Fall. If she had the opportunity to cast a spell, she would have used that spell to slow her descent. And she wouldn't have taken any damage from hitting the lake if she'd done that.
That's a really good point. But just indulge me for a second. Her spell is able to cast on herself. Stone Skin? She must have cast Stone Skin on herself.
Stone Skin?
If you recall, the High Speaker mentioned that something was strange about the object Arya threw over the balcony. It was much darker and didn't match with Sybil's usual garb. Almost as if there was something else Sybil was wearing.
That object was actually Lady Sybil protected by a layer of stone.
Of course.
That still doesn't explain why she would cast that instead of Slow Fall.
Maybe there aren't any components to Stone Skin. Slowfall has a somatic component. Let's see. This has somatic and verbal, though. So maybe she didn't know she'd get thrown over. Maybe she was like cast Stone Skin for like the melee combat. And then she got hit with Hold Creature. What should you have? do have hold creature? Okay. And then she got thrown over. And then she drowned. How long is hold creatures a concentrate? No. He's right. Why did Sybil cast Stone Skin on herself? Arya, wait. Sybil cast Stone Skin before being thrown into the lake. She cast Stone Skin on herself before she was thrown into the lake. Arya must have attacked her, and she cast that spell in response. That would protect her from the Steel Wind Strike. But that doesn't seem quite right. What do you mean? I may not have seen much, but I saw that the object Arya dumped was stiff and motionless. If it had been Lady Sybil, she would have been struggling against her, wouldn't she? Yeah, that's a good point, too. Ice Speaker saw Arya dumping a motionless Sybil, but if we assume my logic is correct, she would also still have been alive. I was Sybil motionless, by being unconscious. Arya... Alright, was affected. Sybil was affected by a spell. Must have been affected by a spell, considering I kept her from resisting. Arya, the patron must have made Arya cast that spell on her. Yeah. $94. Here, I'll throw in a freebie for you guys. Sybil must have cast Stone Skin on herself when Arya attacked her. The patron must have known that Arya couldn't physically damage her like that, so they ordered her to restrain Sybil with that spell. Ugh. And Sybil died by suffocation. That's right, Lucio. How did Sybil suffocate? There's just no possible way to know. I would have left only one option for the patron. Sybil drowned. The massacre. Sybil suffocated when Arya threw her into Lake Galacrond. Her stone skin lessened the impact of the fall, but it also made her drop like a literal rock. And, you know, the hold person. Arya's hold creature spell prevented her from moving or releasing her spell. She was helpless as she sank to the bottom of the lake. Did she have to wait for her to drown? Is that why she waited? Or did she wait at the cathedral?
I believe that covers all 3 murders, then. Yes. Lord Von Sanctus suffocated to death in his own force cage. Lady Sybil drowned after Arya cast Hold Creature on her. And Lord Pierce died after being wounded by a blade created with shaped liquid. The only common thread I see is that the patron used some of the victims' magic against them.
How does that connect to Pierce? Did he cast Shaped Liquid to make a blade to defend himself? Maybe he cast Feigned Death. They tried to play dead, but then they just used the blood. Nuh-uh. But, oh, in order to cast Feigned Death, the target has to be already unconscious, right? Where's your compendium, bro? Visitation, conjure light, conjure water, frost fever, shape. You don't even have Feigned Death. Caster must target a creature that's already unconscious. Alright, I'm pretty sure this was used on Tyrion. Did he cast Shape Liquid to make a blade to defend himself? Maybe the murderer took it from him and used it against him. No, but he was knocked unconscious alongside you. He couldn't have been the one to create that blade. Anyways, whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of each of the spells they used to defend themselves. I wonder if there's some caveat to like killing these people that they had to make it they had to make the victims partially responsible for their deaths. You're out of points now? Uh-oh. How are you out of points? You should have, like, infinity points. Oh, man. Maximum Snekitude. I owe us a free sub. Oh, shoot. You got the double. Here. I'll refund Trick the TM. Actually, I think Technomegas threw more in. I'll refund Technomegas. Let's see. Oops. 8 months ago. It's been a while since I cleared this queue. I need to set my bot up to clear the, the queue automatically. Alright. Looks like Technomegas put in a little more. Oh, I'll be nice. I'll refund both of you. Since you each did a bunch of them. It's because I put the extra one in there that it overspilled. Oh, good job, Lachlan. Yeah, I need to... What's with the underscore? Snack redeemed, Lamgwin away. Thanks, Lamgwin. Alright, sure, let's go ahead and... I'll throw out a 5-pack. Let's see. What's that like? That's fine. How do I sub to my own channel? Gift a sub. Oh, I can save $5 by gifting a bundle of 5. Alright, congratulations, Lachlan, Lamgwin, Iceman, Cassidyman, and Codis Hideout. Oh man. Well, I tried. Maybe next time it happens, I'll like do 3 random ones and then the people that actually helped. Yeah, I guess Lamgwin's sub fell off. I thought that, well, he was sub for a while, but I think maybe I stopped streaming enough. I kind of haven't really streamed a ton. Alright. Whoever it is had an... So yeah, alright, now the question remains, why though? Like, maybe they, in the blood contract in some way, had to make it like they had to be killed by their own power or something? Or be somehow have a hand in their own death, like the force cage, like the Sinky spell, and then the literally using his own blood against him. They knew that Von Sanctus couldn't dispel his own force cage, and they also knew that he still needed oxygen from within it. And in Sybil's case, they knew Arya couldn't physically harm her once she had Stone Skin active.
They also knew that hold creature would prevent Sybil from dispelling her own stone skin.
Not only that, they did all of this in a quick time frame. Von Sanctus and Sybil died within 13 minutes of each other. And if Arya hadn't encountered Celeste, Pierce might have died just as quickly.
So whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of high-level magic. Not only that, they came up with the creative ways to bypass the defenses put up by Von Sanctus and Sybil. Yes, they had the ability to react quickly and decisively.
Maybe they're diviners.
But considering the circumstances, that hardly narrows it down. Several members of the Four Pillar families were present that day. Each and every one of them studied at the Imperial Academy. They would all be knowledgeable in magic and its applications.
Something they're saying isn't sitting right by you for some reason. There's something there, so why can't you see it? What did I just say 2 minutes ago? I don't remember, but it seemed important. Ugh, it's no use. You just can't piece it together yet. But you're not finished yet. There's another angle to this. Consider who the patron did and didn't target. What's similar about some of the targets? The victims were Lord Von Sanctus, Coraline Sybil, and Garrick Pierce. What's the similarity that we can draw between at least two of them? Sybil and Sybil are Sybil. Von Sanctus and Sybil were the heads of their respective noble houses. I wonder if Lucio is actually an intended target here.
Are you saying the patron's goal was to assassinate leaders of the Four Pillars?
That's the motive that makes the most sense. But that does leave one question.
Don't be coy, I'm not daft, Cuthbert.
Right? Actually, I highly doubt it was you.
Really now?
Out of most of the people there, you could have easily tricked your daughter into signing a blood contract. But why would you need to do that? You're the Grand General of Rivengard's military, and the cathedral is filled with your men. You could have easily equipped one of your best mages to carry out this massacre. What a beautiful snake. Blue. And you wouldn't even need to make a deal with a demon to do so.
So why wasn't Lucio targeted then?
From her encounter with Celeste, it's clear there's a limit to Arya's combat capabilities. The patron might have simply doubted Arya's ability to defeat the Grand General. But there's also another explanation. Why didn't the patron target Lucio's Steelwind? Wanted to frame Arya using Arya. Yeah. It might be hard to pin a motive on her if she killed her dad. Patron made no attempt to kill Lucio Steelwind, and when they were controlling Arya, they didn't make any attempt to hide her actions. They wanted people to see her. The patron wanted to save House Steelwind to make them suffer. That's pretty good. Lucio wanted to kill Arya from the nobility. Arya wanted to save Arya using Arya for the murders. The patron wanted to frame Arya to make them suffer? Sure. Made no attempt to kill Lucio Steelwind. When they were controlling Arya, they didn't make any attempt to hide her actions. They wanted people to see her. Patron made no attempt to kill Lucio Steelman. When they were controlling Arya, this one took me a few tries. Me too. I'm kind of like getting the idea that either like they wanted to increase the suffering for Arya, so like they wanted Lucio alive to prosecute her. Lucio wanted to Arya wanted to kill Arya using Arya. Wanted to save. Hide, kill, frame, save. Yeah, what is this? Arya wanted to kill Tyrion from the nobility. Alright. Lucio. No, the only body they tried to hide was the one that they needed to throw over the balcony to drown. Alright, let's think about this. Why didn't the patron target Lucio Steelman? Rathalion, obviously wrong. The patron, Arya, Lucio wanted to kill the victims too. See now, my very first thought was exactly that, except that I had said Arya instead of House Steelman. But that's interesting. I actually thought that they specifically wanted to frame Arya. They actually wanted to frame, like, they actually wanted to throw the entire house under the bus. That's fascinating. I guess, like, the other thing, Arya wasn't strong enough, like, yeah, well, they could still frame Arya for murdering her own father. Even though there would be less of a motive, they could still do it easily. Actually, even more. But yeah, there's enough of a difference in what they're saying. I get it. Okay. The patron wanted people to suspect House Steelman for the murders. They lose Lucio Steelman started to commit the crime. Then they intentionally left him alive to cast suspicion on him.
That's why they used my daughter?
And now she's your daughter? Jeez. Is that a tinge of anger you feel from him? And sadness? Anyways, that leads me to my next point. Imagine if we never discovered Arya's blood contract with the Empress of Discord. What would have happened?
We'd still think that Miss Steelman succumbed to mage blight.
She would have been convicted for the murders, and trust in House Steelman would be forever diminished. About a month ago, House Frege lost its head, and his successor, Lifa Frege, was woefully unprepared to take his place. Oh, but she has Tracker. Now, the heads of House Von Sanctus and House Sybil are dead, with House Steelman being held responsible for it all.
All four of the Pillar families would have been weakened as a result of the massacre.
I mean, also could have killed Lucio, but okay. I think there's another layer to this, thank you. Everything fits together if we assume that the patron's goal was to weaken the Pillar families, except for the murder of Garrick Pierce.
Yes, in contrast to Sybil and Von Sanctus, Pierce's political power pales in comparison.
They were all people that should have been punished from the other cases, except for Sybil. Furthermore, Pierce was already scheduled to be executed next month for the murder of Flintheart McCoy. Why did the patron target Garrick Pierce? You got me, dude! He had the trouble of murdering a condemned man. Oh, because he knew something. He knew the identity of Celeste's parents. The patron murdered Pierce because they needed him to die as quickly as possible. Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's biological parents. My parents? Do you remember what Pierce said when we showed up for the meeting? Ah, you finally arrived. I suppose this means you finally decided... What? You two? We got your letter. Letter? What letter? You sent us a letter, Pierce. It said that you knew who Celeste's parents were. Not to you two. We weren't the intended recipients of that letter. I think only one other person lives at that house, Tyrion. That's right. So that leaves one last question. Who did Pierce originally send that letter to? Yeah, you're not gonna tell me it's Ruby Timora yet? Oh man, I can't wait. There's only one person Pierce could have sent that letter to. A person who orchestrated the massacre in the first place, the patron. But that means the patron is someone who would be threatened by Celeste's parentage. Is she also a Heavensborn?
Order. Order in the court.
But I don't understand. I'm sorry. I know this is a lot to take in, but I think they were targeting you for some reason. Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's parents and attempted to blackmail the patron with this. Instead of complying with Pierce's demands, the patron instead sent a letter to me. Oh, a courier sent it to you. Oh yeah, a courier brought it to you. But even so, like... why would her knowing about her parentage make a difference? Maybe like... unless her, like, she has really powerful noble parents or something, and they'd be like, oh crap, if it was publicly known that Celeste was, like, a princess, then she would be under the protection or something.
Why go to the trouble of luring you there? They could have just allowed Pierce to wait in the prayer room while the defendant made her way to murder him.
Looking back on it, it's possible they wanted to kill Celeste, too. The nerve. What? They knew I wouldn't meet with Pierce alone, and the information he had was about her. The patron correctly guessed that I'd bring her with me. By killing both Pierce and Celeste, they'd eliminate any threats that Celeste would pose to them.
But who would be threatened by such information? The mere existence of McCoy posed a threat to them. It must have something to do with her birthright.
Right. Birthright. So who would that leave? The Eye Taker? Who would be threatened? Who's scared of her? What if the Eye Taker orchestrated this whole thing?
The Eye Taker? That common criminal? What reason would he have to do this?
I've heard firsthand that he was planning to expand his influence throughout Wivengard. He was actually plotting with Beatrice to use House Frigga to do so. Since I ruined his original plan, setting up that massacre might have been his backup plan. Perhaps we're looking at this all wrong. You know, he did seem to, or at least Eris through him, seemed to have been responsible for William's murder? What if Celeste was part of the royal family, and they were planning to use her to take the throne?
But if he wanted to do so, why would he put McCoy in danger by having my daughter attack her? Not only that, he also had the perfect opportunity to murder His Majesty. Imagine if he had placed a more lethal contingent spell in that glyph of contingency. His Majesty might have very well died alongside Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. But we need to consider every possibility. Anyways, we should consider the other suspects first. So who would that leave? I don't see how it could be Frigga or Steelwind. Especially since, like, Steelwind is being framed. King de Wingard just recently died. What if Celeste was a member of the royal family? You think I'm a princess? Oh, baby, you are a princess. I don't want to suspect Aster, but we need to consider every possibility. And when it comes to the conflicts of inheritance, a royal line of succession is the first thing that comes to mind. Not only that, the king would have the authority to pardon Peace for his crimes. If she were like part of the royal family, though, they would have killed the princes instead of specifically not killing them. Unless she's older. Is she older? No, she's not older than Aster. Maybe she's secretly older than Aster and would actually be the rightful heir to the throne. That would explain why she's like such a great mercenary, because she's actually older than her profile says. The king would have the authority to pardon Pierce for his crimes.
But that wouldn't entirely make sense.
What do you mean?
If McCoy was abandoned at a tavern in Cornhaven, we must assume she's a bastard child.
Okay, I don't know why you have to bring that up. I mean, it's a valid point if she wouldn't be an eligible heiress.
My point is that King Olivier wouldn't abandon a child of pure royal blood. The kingdom requires heirs to continue the royal bloodline. He would have leveraged her in a diplomatic marriage.
That's disgusting.
That's diplomacy, Cuthbert. Anyways, even if McCoy was of royal blood, Aster is the king's eldest child.
Okay.
And he's of pure royal blood.
So what if she is actually still a half princess? Maybe that's why she has the same hair color as the princes, but a slightly different eye color, because she's actually their half-sister. Did you think of that, Technomagus? What's the anime rule for half-sisters? Right, I see what you mean. I suppose that eliminates Aster for now. Anyways, we should consider the other suspects first. Who would that leave? Why didn't I get credit? I recall during Beatrice Frigga's trial, we heard William Frigga's last will and testament. It mentioned that House Frigga's assets would be divided evenly between all of his children. Oh, interesting. Considering Leafa and her sister's hair and eye color rules of anime may not entirely apply to this game.
If McCoy were to be revealed to be as a Frigga, his daughters would be legally obligated to share the estate with her.
Could I serious? Oh no. No! Say it isn't so. I don't want to suspect Leafa or Miriam, but we need to consider every possibility. It varies from series to series. And as we've seen, the Friggas are no strangers to making deals with demons. Well, one of them. But it still doesn't quite fit. I doubt Leafa or Miriam would do something like this.
What are you basing that on?
I tend to be a good judge of character. Yeah, keep thinking that. They just don't seem like the type to do something like this.
Bah, you're far too trusting. I hold no doubt that any of William's children would be capable of something like this.
I suppose we'll have to see. Anyways, we should consider the other suspects first. As much as I have my doubts, House Steelwind is the only Pillar family whose house leader survived the past month.
You think I'm McCoy's biological father?
Well, you have white hair, but that might just be because you're old. Look, you're barely a father to your actual daughter. I'm I'm only stating that possibility for the sake of argument. As I've said, it wouldn't make sense for you to frame your own daughter when House Steelin would be blamed. But we need to consider every possibility. But I can't think of anyone else.
Yes, there's a flaw with each suspect. Your logic is clearly flawed.
You foolish fool. Maybe it's all of them. Well, you don't see him coming up with any ideas. There's something here I'm not seeing. Cast Detect Magic. Imperial Arcanum! But I know I'm close. There's a missing piece that ties us all together.
Regardless, we still have no idea who this Empress of Discord is.
I do.
I am loath to allow such an individual to walk freely through Wyverngard.
Your Grace, you've been alive since the creation of Wyverngard and magic. Oh, he's talking to the dragon. It's like, Lucio isn't that old. Do you know who this demon is?
I can't say I do. Demons tend to take on many titles over their lifetimes.
Oh, you mean like someone could be called the Empress of Darkness and also be called the Patron? And it's not necessarily two different people?
But whoever this Empress is, they are brave to so blatantly encroach on my domain like this.
Well, I suppose we'll just have to cross that bridge when we get there.
Cross-product that bridge. We've obtained a lot of information today, but we clearly have many questions that need to be answered. How should we proceed? What is it, Mr. Cuthbert?
It's the end of the chapter music. Can't help but feel that there's something here I'm not seeing. Just can't put my finger on it. You have an eye of Horus that helps you see things. Why are you trying to see with your fingers?
We have been working at this for quite a while. Perhaps we should suspend proceedings so that we can look into these new leads. I have no objections. It would give my men some time to look into what we've discovered today.
I accidentally double-clicked there? It looked like it was going to pan over to Tyrion and then didn't. It's weird. Maybe I blinked at a weird time.
We'll be postponing proceedings for now.
Angry dragon.
But you'll all be expected to return here by tomorrow morning. You're all free to return to your homes for the time being.
They're not going to be sequestered for, like, knowing the dragon secret? Okay.
But make no mistake, the Kingsguard will be keeping careful watch over all of you.
Aww. But I wanted to do a drug. There's still this constant nagging sensation in the back of your mind. Yeah, I guess it is guilt. Hey, Tyrion? It's as if you've forgotten something extremely important. Yeah, she was supposed to confess her feelings for me, remember? Tyrion? What is it? What could be so important yet so difficult to remember? Tyrion? Ah, sorry. I was just thinking about everything. You're looking really stressed out. Do you want to head back to your house and rest? No, we only have a day until the trial resumes. If we can't figure out what happened after tomorrow, the magical traces will dissipate. You know, this actually is like a much better in-universe reason why the trials are so fast compared to Ace Attorney. But you already know what happened. You just don't know who did it. Yeah, but we should speak with the suspects again. Well, sort of, because they still have the record of all the traces of magic, so... At least they're trying to explain the 48-hour trial thing. Like, I think that they did a better job of trying to explain it than Ace Attorney did, basically. Ace Attorney's just like, we have to finish the trials in 3 days, because we have to. Because that's how law works now. But maybe that's based on something like Japanese law history or something. Should speak with the suspects again. Maybe if I get lucky, I'll see something through the Eye of Horus. But one of those suspects is the Eye Taker. What are you going to do about him? We're gonna find him. Suppose I'll have to speak with him too. What? No. What if he tries to kill you again? Arya's life is on the line. That's just a risk I'll have to take. Tyrion, Do you even understand what you've been pulled into? What? Someone just murdered a bunch of nobles, and they even attacked members of the royal family. Now, there are ancient dragons and demon lords involved too. Isn't this above your pay grade? Seeing as how no one ever pays me, yes, very yes. Huh. Ouch. You know that's not what I meant. It's just this whole thing is crazy, isn't it? It's fine. It's just like any other of our investigations. It's not, though. What if the Empress of Discord attacks you? Nah, she got a crush on me. What if the patron decides that you're getting too close to the truth? What if I can't... Her voice begins to break. Celeste? Are you still worried about what happened during the massacre? I'm fine. I already told you that you didn't do anything wrong. You almost died, Tyrion. I know. Tyrion! You almost died! I know, Celeste. No, Tyrion, I don't think you do. Do you have any idea how worried I was when she broke past me? When I saw you all lying on the floor, so many things were going through my mind. I don't know what I would have done if you were... She can't even complete that sentence. Celeste, Naught will remain concealed. We're so focused on everything else that you've been ignoring her. She was attacked by Arya and almost died. You never even thought about how traumatic that must have been for her. Yet... Hello? McFly? Don't you see how concerned she is for you? I'm sorry, I didn't think... Don't apologize, just please just leave this to Lucio and the Scaled Lord. You've done enough already, they can figure the rest of it out. Oh yeah. What if that's not enough? I'm not so arrogant that I think they can't do it without me, but what if they can't figure out who the patron is? Arya will spend the rest of her life in prison. What if I could have done something to prevent that? I don't care if that happens. But you guys are besties now. Celeste? I don't care, Tyrion. I'll apologize to her all you want after this, but all I want is to keep you safe. And I don't know if I'm able to do that anymore. Even she seems surprised by what she said. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to... I'm really happy you're part of my life. What? I know what you're saying is coming from a place of care. And I'm really sorry about how much I've been worrying you lately, but... You're not going to stop, are you? It's like I've always said. Oh, here comes the... Chunky? Chunali? Here comes that anime trope word. Man, king, or god? Chunny, yeah. Chun-Li without the L. Chuni. Man, king, or god, nothing will stop you from getting justice for your clients. Chunibia, yeah. I'm going to talk to Lucio. What? If we're going to meet the Eye Taker again, we're bringing some knights with us. Celeste, that's hardly... Nope, you don't get a say in this. And if you're not here when I get back, I will find you. Judging from her expression, it's not an empty threat. Fine, just go. She might have a point, though. Before everything happened, you weren't even sure if you wanted to continue being an attorney. Maybe you should consider a safer, quieter life after all this is done. This is all done. Perhaps a life with her. Yeah. And then you can have your Heavensborn kids that she was thinking about. Oh my gosh, he's gonna figure it out. He just solved the mystery, boys. Get ready. Wait. What? Alright, Lucio's cleared it. It was surprisingly easy to convince him. Oh, are you okay? I'm fine. Forgive. Let's not waste any more time. Before she has a chance to respond, you hastily walk past her. Hey, don't walk so far ahead! You need to stay focused on the trial for Arya's sake, but when this is all over, you'll... Didn't he, like, die in the prologue of this chapter, of this episode? Well, you suppose you don't have to think about that until then. Don't put it off, dude. Just do what Aang did in Avatar The Last Airbender. Just, like, kiss her on the way to battle. Oh, man. Or me, slot. Sorry, we'll go with the slot 4 now. Using a Kingsguard teleportation network. You're a live black raffle one. Alright. This will be a couple minutes. Just need to stretch and grab a quick snack. Get some more water. Alright. He's back. We teleported. Yay. Now first. Due to Celeste's insistence, we are being escorted by a division of the King's Guard. They definitely make you look out of place. As you walk through the city, you draw strange looks from nearly everyone who sees you.
Sir, where will we be heading first?
Oh, it's a little strange giving orders to knights. It's definitely going to take some getting used to. What's wrong? There's definitely something I'm fundamentally missing, but what? Just don't push yourself too hard, okay? Yeah, I'll try to pace myself. Anyways, we should speak with each of the suspects and confirm their alibis. That might help me finally put things together.
Each of the nobles has returned to their respective homes, but our teleportation network should help you travel around Wivengard.
I hope we don't fall from wherever we're standing right now.
Repario Arcanum.
And no magic in the entire city. Just kidding. It's pretty nice. I like it. It's a shop selling various wares items I sell more suited for adventurers. I've never really gone there myself. Celeste probably has. It's the city courthouse. Why does Celeste has like a sword from the Eastern Kingdoms? Maybe she's like actually descended from them. Or like from them, from the Eastern Kingdoms. Every trial have been held in this building, excluding the current trial, obviously. You can see several commoner houses from here. If I squint really hard, I can probably see my house from here. It's one of the offices of Von Sanctus Industries. With the death of Lloyd, I'm sure his business will be thrown into chaos for a while. There's a great view of the city from this ledge. I frequently go there whenever I need to think something over. This nagging feeling won't go away. It's really annoying. It's like when you know a word to describe something but can't remember what it actually is. Don't push yourself too hard. If you feel tired, don't be embarrassed to take a break. Did you say that before? Yeah, I'll try not to exert myself too much. Oh. Is the word love? According to John Lennon, it is. The word is love. I'm not sure. Is everything okay? Yeah. I guess I'm just a little overwhelmed by everything that's happened. Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord. You arrive back at the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord. You probably won't need to investigate the crime scenes again. You wonder if Aster and Lucio might be here. Did those pews just get extra sprites? I tricked my eyes for a second. Oh, what's that, penguin? Sir, I've spoken with the groundskeeper, Snell. His Majesty and the Grand General are currently visiting Lady Steelwind, but supposedly they'll be here later today to talk to the High Speaker. Alright, I suppose we'll just have to come back later.
Repario Arcanum.
We arrive at Frege Manor, hoping to speak with Leafa and Miriam. After some asking around, one of the servants mentions that they appear to be entertaining guests in the study. You normally wouldn't interrupt them, but you've already eaten up a lot of time traveling here. Whatever they're discussing can wait. Ruff, 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 ruff. Ah! As you enter the study, Tracker runs up to you and begins barking. But once he sees who you are, he calms down.
Oh, hello, friends. Sorry for Borks. Tracker thought he smelled something bad.
Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. Scan the room and see that Miriam is there too. And they appear to be speaking with Lord Asclepius. Sorry for barging in, Leafa. No, it's no problem at all. Her emotions imply that she already knows why you're here. I'll skip the pleasantries. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about what happened? Of course, I'll do anything to help with Lady Steelman's situation.
Should I leave?
No, you were there with me when everything happened. And your testimony will substantiate my alibi.
But I wanted to leave.
Leafa, I'm sure you know why I'm here, but I just wanted to preface this by saying that I highly doubt you were behind this. No, I perfectly understand. Frankly, I'm also at a loss. I have no idea who did this. What are you talking about? It was clearly that criminal, the eye taker. Why don't you go interrogate him? Because the option didn't show up on my menu yet, girl. Make no mistake, we fully intend to, but I'd like to cover everyone else before I confront him. Let him be, Miriam. But... It's his fault, is it Beatrice's? Our sister knew what she was doing when she gave her testimony. Don't insult her bravery by blaming Mr. Cuthbert for what happened. What? Anyways, Mr. Cuthbert has shown many times that he's acting in good faith. And he's capable of convicting the criminals that we can't see. Aw. Aw. Let's see. How about, dog? You mentioned Beatrice before. Did something happen? It happened right after she gave her testimony this morning. She broke her contract. She fell unconscious shortly after she left the Scaled Lord's lair. She hasn't woken up since then, and Marineth has gone missing. What?
It must have been the Empress of Discord. After you manifested Lady Steelwind's blood contract, we all realized why she was acting so strangely.
Right. If it weren't for her, I would have never considered trying to issue a divine edict. She sacrificed herself to save Lady Steelwind. It seems our esteemed sister put her trust in you, commoner. So we will do the same. If there's anything we can do to help, please ask. What were you doing during the massacre? I appreciate your trust, all of you. But I have to ask. Where were you all between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. that day? Luckily, we were all together.
Me, Leafa, Miriam, Beatrice, and her friend were all in the garden before 2 p.m.
But around 2 p.m., my sister and Ms. Ilmater both went missing. I can't believe we trusted her to take care of our sister. Honestly, neither can I. What were you thinking? Hush now, Miriam. If the Empress of Discord took control of her, there was hardly anything Ms. Ilmater could do to stop it. Whoa. I suppose that's technically true. We're technically absolutely false. Yeah, the second one. Oh man. I really do hope she's okay. She's been missing since the massacre. You mentioned that you all went to search for her. Did you see anything? No. We were originally planning to search the cathedral grounds, but when we arrived at the nave, we found Aster trapped in a force cage. Did any of you lose track of each other during that time?
No, we stayed together the entire time. But we did consider splitting up to cover more ground.
But the Kingsguard found us and asked us to stay where we were. Right, I suppose that makes sense. And did you see Eris at all when this happened? No, we never saw her. Leafa's testimony has been added to your notes. She went missing at the same time that Beatrice did. That's really suspicious. You don't think... It's definitely possible she was involved in this somehow. Not to mention, the Eye Taker is one of our suspects, and she's his daughter, allegedly. She says what? You didn't know? I'd have thought that Beatrice would have told you. Must have been against her blood contract. No, she didn't mention that at all. It looks like Eris has a lot to answer for. You think? You can even find her, that is. Alright. I'm imagining reading this in Eris's voice now. If you can even find her, that is. Amazing. I cannot wait until she gets revealed to be the narrator of the entire game. Alright. Contracts for the demon. I suppose I'll stop beating around the bush. Have any of you made blood contracts with a demon lately? This arrogant little peasant. I think Arya didn't know that she made the contract, so I think we can also say that they wouldn't know for sure. I just realized that her ponytail is really long. Like, you can see it behind, like, between her torso and her arm here, and then, like, it comes out behind her hand. No, I understand where he's coming from. I want to understand, but the very idea is infuriating. Of everyone present, our sister was the only person with known ties to a demon. If she were to share that secret with anyone, it would have been us. You didn't catch any incriminating thoughts from them through the eye, but you've been misled by it before. Nevertheless, we still have no idea who the patron is. I was actually meaning to ask you during the trial. Can't you just use this divine edict of yours to figure out who the patron is? Maybe, if I figure out how to use it. No, to manifest a blood contract, I need the title of the demon and the name of the human they made that contract with. I understand that, but why not just brute force it? This guy's talking my language. What? Due to the king's funeral. The Kingsguard has a detailed list of everyone who was present during the massacre. And I only know the names of, like, 2 demons. Or 2 or 3 names / titles. Alright. New prediction. That, like, text cutscene at the beginning of the episode was Tyrion dying, but Lazarik's gonna bring him back to life. Because we've already seen that there's a spell that can bring people back to life within, like, a minute of them dying or something. Whoever this patron is, they were working together with the Empress of Discord. That must mean they made a blood contract with her, yes? That's right. I can just imagine Eris is gonna step in and be like, I don't want you to play my game this way. I could just keep issuing divine edicts until a blood contract appears. Wait, is that safe? There's only one way to find out. Is this where I die? Take out your notes and begin looking at your list of suspects. Might be at this for a while, so you may as well go in alphabetical order. I don't like where this is going. Seems not safe. Clear your throat in preparation. Empress of Discord, wherever you may hide, release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Aster de Wivengard. Aronson and Zukowski are the biggest gossips in town. Soon everyone will know. This is the first time I've tried to do it without it being successful. Cool effect, though. Tyrion? What's wrong? You collapse to the ground as you suddenly find yourself overcome in immense pain. What? What's happening to him? Lazarik, use your magic to heal him. Right. Silly boy. You may be half human, But you can't just go around declaring lies like that. Whoops. This might be Mom. What? And I was really looking forward to bringing you to the end of this. I haven't even started to have my fun yet. Who are you? Actually, I suppose that contract is still in effect. Oh! Did she make a contract with my mom? Or with, more likely with Ruby? I guess my hands are tied. I'll save you just this once. But if your hands are tied, I may as well keep trying if you're gonna keep saving me. Rion. Tyrion, please wake up. Celeste? You're okay. Yeah. You can feel every part of your body aching. It's painful for you to even sit up like this. Are you okay, friend? Yeah. Dude. What happened?
You died.
What?
I've never brought anyone back from something like that. That was my strongest spell, too. You have no idea how lucky you are.
No, Eris brought me back. Don't lie. You may be half human. And half human. Might be 2 halves human. Can we assume and fill in that Celeste's monologue was in that unconscious period? Or do we still have that to look forward to? Or was it actually Eris's monologue? The only thing that didn't make sense about that monologue from Eris's perspective is that she said something about her dad. I don't remember.
If I wasn't here, who knows what might have happened?
I don't understand. The last thing I remember was issuing my divine edict. Hey, you good for another resurrection spell there, Lazaric? Wait. Was that the cause? But I've done it before without any problems. I just used it this morning. Yeah. Successfully. Why did the divine edict harm you? Who's the number 1 guy? Aster? The patron does not have a blood contract with... Who is the person... Why did the divine edict harm you? Is it Aster? I don't remember. I remember we started in alphabetical order. Empress of Discord. Aster to Wivengard. Okay, yeah. Aster does not have a blood contract with Tyrion. It might be because Aster doesn't have a blood contract with the Empress. If demons are unable to lie, the same might hold true for angels as well. The divine edict must be some sort of divine power. Oh my gosh, he's such a incredible investigator. Like, how did he possibly make that connection? Wow, this dude's some sort of genius. So asking for a blood contract that doesn't exist might be considered a lie.
Sorry, it's my fault for suggesting it.
Yeah, I'm lucky you were here, dude. No, I was being reckless. Please be more careful. I don't think my heart can take this. Well, at least we know Aster didn't do this. Nope. Turns out he had a blood contract with a different demon. That's the most obvious one. Is it? Either way, you should still make note of this. Master of Guard has no blood contract with the Empress of Discord. Obviously. No blood contract has been added to your notes. Ugh, anyways, it's clear that I can't just brute force this. I see no problem while Lazarick still has MP. Have to wait until I'm certain of the patron's identity. Just please be careful. Anyways, it looks like you found everything you can here. Perhaps you should move somewhere else. Yeah, they cleaned up this crime scene pretty good. Still getting used to it. This chair always felt too big for me. Aww. Leaf is a really good waifu. It's a bookshelf. It's filled with the fake books last time we were here. Some of the books are actually real this time.
Repario Arcanum.
It's a window with a view of the outside. It's various books about economics and political theory. It looks like they haven't been disturbed since Beatrice's trial. Well, I've been meaning to put those away, but I still feel uneasy about disturbing my father's books. It's only been a month? It's a painting of a man with a dog. This isn't the painting that was here before, was it? Alright. The painting where they were like sitting at the bar with like the matron with the horns and the elf girl, that was in the meeting room, or like the other room. The sitting room. But I still think this is a different picture than was here before. I definitely see freaking Leafa putting up a dog picture though. That's the best part of this. That's David Ding from House Ding. They're one of the branch families of House Frege. Daviding. I do that every day. Like, I Davided yesterday. I'm Daviding right now. I probably David tomorrow. Lord willing. Yeah, Daviding's just kind of my favorite thing to do. They're one of the branch families of House Frege. He was a dog breeder with a bit of an obsession with the dogs he owned. As someone with a canine familiar, I feel sort of a kinship with him. Drecker like fellow dog. He looks like the loyal type. You're not exactly sure how he's inferring that. I suppose you can't, because his tongue's sticking out. Look how happy he is. Suppose you can't disagree with him. Yeah, I don't think that picture was there before, but I might be wrong. I think there was a different picture. So you didn't want to disturb the books, but you changed the picture. Fireplaces probably used to keep the city warm during the winter. That's what fireplaces do. Again, 11 out of 10 sleuthing skills say Tyrion. I don't know. I think I just like Leafy because she looks like an elf. Alright, let's see. We'll get some flavor text in here. I can't believe someone did this to Arya. I've had enough of these demons. They just violate the wills of those they've enslaved. It's absolutely abhorrent. No matter what happens, I'll save her from this fate. For everyone's sake, I hope you're right. We don't have her spell compendium. Can you tell me about the stuff you said? In face of demons and dragons, you still seem quite calm. Regardless of who's involved, this is the same as any other trial. Man, king, or god, I'll save Arya no matter what it takes. Why are you here, Lord Asclepius? We were discussing plans to lift the ban on studying necromancy at the Imperial Academy. You have a say in that? I mean, a lot of people just died, so maybe you're actually in power now. As the head of House Frege, I inherited my father's position on the board. Oh, that's great. Great thing your dad died. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but we should still approach this carefully. Really? I thought you, of all people, would be excited for this.
The kingdom's ban on necromancy was harsh, but it was somewhat justified. The study of something like this has to be regulated and closely monitored. The last thing I want is to create another mad necromancer.
I just remembered something. Mend wounds, fireball, shape liquid, dispel magic, so much take magic, apply more power. Okay. Someone had zombie spell, didn't they? Animate corpse, yeah. Oh shoot. Wait. Oh, Beatrice had it. That tracks. Was there at some point when she might have used that? Reanimates the target using a life energy, creating an undead minion for the duration. The minion follows the caster's orders, but its intelligence is limited and it cannot speak. The minion can end the spell prematurely, but only will do so if ordered by the caster. Once the spell is Doge. Age 1203. Occupation Scaled Lord. His arcane art is question marks. I like how they actually put his age in there, but Remus's age is question mark. Aren't you supposed to marry this guy's son? I wasn't sure what to make of Ms. Ilmater at first, but she was a friend to Beatrice during those 5 years she was AFK, yeah. So I want to trust her. She attends the academy, isn't that right, Miriam? Oh yeah, look how her ponytail even goes down to like her knees. Yeah, but I never really got close to her. She had a reputation for doing things to people. I was always too scared to approach her. You see, I feel the same. Oh, yeah. I don't know about me. Alright. Grand Cathedral. We arrived back at the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord. Hopefully, Aster and Lucio are back by now. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. As you enter, you're approached by Aster, Alaric, and Lucio. How was your investigation? Are you okay? You look quite pale. Yeah, like I'd kind of just died. Yeah, there was a bit of an accident earlier. Again, love the pants, dude. You're a little too embarrassed to admit that you died. Don't sugarcoat it.
Well, try to exude more caution next time. It'd be dishonorable if you didn't fall by my hands.
Holy crap. Oh, he has the same collar that Arya has. Must run in the family. Why is everything you say so aggressive? Anyways, you finally have your next suspect here. But judging from the evidence you've gathered, it's very unlikely that Aster is the patron. You know, the more you say that game, the more you make me think. But I don't want Aster to be guilty as much as the next guy. You do wonder if he saw something, though.
Repario Arcanum.
Why are you looking at me like that, Cuthbert?
Oh, sorry. After he attacked you in Fragan Manor, you've always been a little wary of him. Understandable. Oh, he also has this little short cape thingy that Arya's got going on. If it weren't for Celeste's reflexes, he might have very well killed you that day.
I'm not going to attack you again.
Not while I'm around. I hope you can understand my uneasiness. You did almost kill me the first time we met.
What? That's not... Well, it's because you're a Heavensborn.
What? Yeah, what? What does me being Heavensborn have to do with this?
It's difficult to explain to someone like you.
Because I'm from out of town, right?
But warriors such as I must hone and develop our senses to survive in battle. Eventually, we develop the ability to sense hidden enemies and anticipate danger. I'd heard that such senses are heightened when the presence of extraplanar entities.
So, like, Eris is a tiefling. Your sentences heighten around her? Have you been around her? Have we ever seen Lucio and Eris in the same place at the same time? Because they might be the same person.
Until I met you and Beatrice Frigus Familiar, I thought those stories were complete nonsense.
Me and Marinath?
As a Heavensborn, your blood is said to originate from the heavens. I wouldn't go so far as to say that I believe in the existence of other planes, but I admit that I still feel a certain aura from you that doesn't feel quite human.
So that's why you attacked me? I was exuding a threatening aura?
It was actually the opposite. Your aura was too calming and benign.
Yeah.
I thought it must be some kind of trick or illusion.
I see. That's quite an astounding ability.
What about you, McCoy?
What?
Did you not sense a similar aura when you first met him?
Is that true? Well. Wow, there's a really big carriage outside. I wonder who it belongs to. Oh, there's someone inside the inn, too. Is that guy visiting my dad? Now that I get a good look at him, he's kind of cute. Let's check the record, make sure. Yeah, checks out. Yeah. It was kind of similar. For some reason, you feel a little embarrassed. Oh. Don't forget, in the beginning, or at the end of last chapter, he also realized he has feelings for her. The girl always figures it out first. Isn't that how it goes? I guess that's not how it always goes. Aster, I'm sure you know why I'm here. It's because I'm one of the suspects, isn't it?
Your Majesty, you are the reigning king of Wivengard. I expect you to conduct yourself with more dignity.
Oh, of course. My apologies, Lord Steelwind. Anyways, questioning you is honestly a formality at this point. Really? A lot of the evidence works in your favor. He doesn't have a blood contract with the Empress after all. Well, I appreciate your vote of confidence nonetheless. Aw. Lucio, have you made any headway in figuring out who set up that trap for Aster?
No, I haven't.
It makes me uneasy that you let someone get that close to my father's body.
Yes, I can't begin to apologize for my men's incompetence.
How did his dad die again? They said that he was sick for some time. But maybe they also like knew when he would die and kind of set it up before they had brought his body over? Because it's a 24-hour duration on the glyph.
If they were more vigilant, perhaps we could have avoided this whole tragedy entirely.
So your men were guarding the late Coffin's king. Nope, that's not right.
Yes, there wasn't a single moment when his body was left unguarded.
We found traces of illusion magic at the location of the force cage, although we're still not sure about who could have set that trap. There are also members of the Kingsguard that can cast both force cage and glyph of contingency. Did any of them have a blood contract? Let's go one by one and brute force it. Many of them fell comatose during the massacre, so we don't even know if one of them betrayed us.
Do you think my men are that weak, Your Majesty?
I think anyone can be made weak when put through enough stress.
Regardless, we have no way of telling who may have been guarding the coffin when the trap was set. This means that we have no way of telling when that glyph of contingency was set.
I was actually meaning to ask you about that. Couldn't we wait for the 48 hours to elapse? If we make note of the exact time the traces of evocation disappear, we can work backwards to discern the exact time the trap was set up.
Well, normally we could.
When the spell activated, I unfortunately panicked and cast a firebolt to try to destroy it. Failed to see the problem. Why would that destroy abjuration traces? Of course, it didn't even put a dent in the force cage.
Because of that, he left traces of evocation at the exact location of the glyph of contingency.
But they're different colors, and one of them's a square, and gosh dang it, it's so fortunate that he didn't set anything on fire inside the cage, because that would have been a big old problem.
We can't discern which traces were left by the patron's glyph of contingency or His Majesty's.
But what about, like, the force cage itself? Is glyph of contingency evocation? It might... Good question. It is evocation, but like... Okay, I'll take your word for it, game. I'm terribly sorry about that. Can't blame him for reacting like that, but it's going to make figuring out who did this that much more difficult. I heard you two visited Arya earlier today. How is she doing? I think she's doing the best she can, all things considered.
No thanks to you.
What?
She's only in this situation because of you.
Lucio, that's not me. You're the one who's heartlessly prosecuting her. Can't he grant her a pardon? As we've established to something else?
She's far too weak for this.
If that's what you truly think of her, you're grossly misunderstanding the kind of person that she is. Yo, let's go. I can't wait for them to get married. It's gonna be a great epilogue, you guys. She defied the role you tried to force onto her, and she instead dedicated herself to fixing our broken kingdom. Ever since this started, all you've done is insult her. But you know nothing about her, and she's far stronger than you realize. Despite her lineage, she's always carved her own path and pursued her own justice.
Her own path? I'm sad. She only became a prosecutor because of His Majesty.
What are you talking about? She became a prosecutor to fix our corrupt justice system from the inside.
And who do you think put those ideas into her mind? If she wanted to fix our justice system, she could easily have done so by slowly weakening House Sybil's influence. But she knew about your strange idolization of Ruby Tambor. And she knew how closely you followed each and every one of her cases. I know why she became a prosecutor. She thought that if she became like your idol and defeated her, you might finally notice her.
Man, I'm starting to have these feelings. You're wrong, Lucio. Arya Steelwind would never care about me that much. Alright, that's enough of that.
Are you seriously that dense? When you were still engaged to Lady Freyja, you flaunted your relationship in front of my daughter with no regard for her feelings. I remember each and every time I heard her silently crying in her quarters because of how oblivious you are. She's changed every part of herself in order to please you.
Oh, that's kind of... Don't do that. I don't think that that's true. but don't do that. Is he getting angry on her behalf?
I had no idea. My daughter is far stronger than any of us, but she's weak when it comes to you.
Lucio, there's no point in fighting amongst ourselves. Please stay focused on the investigation, okay? Seems that he cares for Arya a lot more than you realized. Is he under a blood contract? Oh man, I bet he's like under a blood contract where in order to like, in the wording of the blood contract, it's like, oh, we won't kill Arya Steelwind, or like we won't let Arya die. And they kind of like twisted it on him by making her get like a life sentence instead. Oh man. And the eye shows that his feelings are genuine. Then why is he doing everything he can to convict her? That's the question, innit? Me. The mood is a little tense.
Must ask you, Cuthbert, why are you going to such lengths for my daughter?
It's because we're friends. What do you mean?
Surely you understand the gravity of the situation. By taking part in this trial, you risk drawing the ire of both the nobility and whoever this Empress of Discord is. What are you planning?
Lucio, I'm not planning anything.
Please. Do you honestly expect me to believe that you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart?
Well,
Scaled Lord, you actually are doing it for that reason. Is this what all Heavensborn are like?
I don't like thinking about it that way. I just can't stand by while I see injustice taking place. Even if you're standing in my way, I'll do whatever it takes to save Arya. Gulp. Jealous.
I wouldn't throw around such promises so loosely.
I'm not. I will save her, Lucio. Anyways, it appears that you still have no idea what set that trap for Aster. Judging from the spell compendia you have, neither Arya nor Beatrice could have set that trap. But the patron could also be a mage. That means that they could have set that trap too. Or it could be a rogue with use magic device. Either way, it looks like you won't be getting any new information here. You highly doubt the person who wishes and people we've met thus far. There's one last person you need to talk to. It pains my heart to see Miss Steelwind like this. I wish there was something I could do. Please, Mr. Cuthbert, do everything you can to save her. That was my goal from the very beginning. I'm sorry about what happened to your brother. I'm sure that experience must have been traumatic for him. Luckily, it seems that the spell was only temporary. There's no lasting damage to his body. So, Miss Steelwind truly fought Ms. McCoy that day. If it were anyone else, I'm sure they would have never stood a chance. Well, it looks like even House Steelwind is strong enough to take down the Crimson Demon. Looks like isn't strong. Yeah, okay. Crimson Demon. Sorry, did I go too far? I was just trying to lighten the mood. Oh, no, I'm just a little distracted. I'm sorry. Don't apologize, it's fine. I'm just curious about what happened when this is all over. No, we need to talk now. How do you feel about marriaging? What do you mean? You've been a little tense since the murders. Yeah, they tend to do that. You try to lighten the mood a bit. Were you worried about me? I was! When I saw... Oh, wait. Ratholm back alley. Oh, we've been here before. You make your way back to the alleyway that Timora brought you to a month ago. It would be too conspicuous to bring the Kingsguard with you, so they've hidden themselves in a building nearby. They gave Celeste an enchanted runestone to hold and channel her magic into. Did what now? If she ever stops focusing on her magic into it, the Kingsguard will be notified and they'll storm the building. Are you ready? Yeah, let's do this. The Idaker is suspecty suspect. Everyone else has an alibi and lacks motive, not to mention Eris was with Beatrice when she went missing. You don't want to suspect her, but her father is a criminal, demon. She still hasn't turned up since the massacre. Alright, on 3. 1, 2. Wow, 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 wow. No one's here. What? Yeah, why would they have the same hideout, you idiot? Damn it! Of course he's not here. You betrayed him and you knew where his hideout was. Huh. Take a close look at the desk he was sitting at during your previous visit. There's a thick layer of dust on it. It doesn't look like anyone's been here for a while. He must have moved his operation elsewhere the day you convicted Beatrice. I guess there's no point in staying hidden anymore. See Celeste toss the Kingsguard runestone to the ground. A few seconds later, you hear the footfalls of soldiers rushing towards your location. Freeze! In the name of Wyverngard! You see him freeze as he scans the room and sees no one else there. Be careful, sir. They appear to have turned themselves invisible. They're not here, you idiot. Unless... Think maybe she should have cast Detect Magic before throwing down that runestone? Although... No. She should have cast Detect Magic. Detest Magic. I hate magic. She should have cast Detect Magic. But definitely should have raised the alarm first, right? Oh. You let out a frustrated sigh as you take a seat on the chair nearby. A cloud of dust is launched into the air as you do so. You had the last piece we needed. None of the other suspects had the means nor the motive to do this. Well, most of them had one or the other. But he's probably long gone by now. It's over. I'm sorry. Huh? You did everything you could, didn't you? Did she come here first and tell them to move? That doesn't make sense. But it wasn't good enough. Part of you knew that it was a long shot. If he were involved in this, he'd definitely keep his head down. What do we do now? There has to be someone who knows where he is. Wait a minute. Actually, there is one person who might know where he is. What do you... Wait, you don't mean... At this point, it's the only option we have. Are you sure? You two aren't exactly... I know, but I can't let my personal feelings get in the way of saving Arya. You're not looking forward to seeing her again. At least, that's what you keep telling yourself. You'll have to process those feelings later. You have a job to do.
Repario Arcanum.
Okay. Phew. No invisible people. We got a chance to look at this painting the last time we were here. Why is he drinking a juice box with a curly straw? Is that me? He looks kind of like me. I mean, Crime Lord. If I'm right, he was one of the previous Eye Takers. Back then, he had an even tighter grip on the criminal underbelly of Ratholm. People used to call him the Raging Storm. But isn't Eye Taker already a nickname? Look, sir, I don't come up with these names. Shuffle is several fantasy fiction novels. There are a lot of books from a series that I've read. Cosmere. I can see the back alley entrance from this window. The Eye Taker must use this to get a good look at visitors. The table with the Eye Taker's hat last time we were here. There's a thick layer of dust on it now. They're all fantasy novels. I take it must be a fan of the genre. Cute. Looks like a fireplace hasn't been lit for a while, but I can see the burnt remnants of some documents. We arrive at the office of Timura's law firm. According to Arya, Timura is still practicing. It's the title music from the game menu. So it looks like she hasn't gone into hiding like the Eye Taker apparently did. And if anyone knows where he currently is, she will. You bring your hand up to knock on the door, but you stop for a moment. Sir? After everything that's happened, you still don't feel ready to face her. For the past month, all those things you said to her keep replaying in your mind. Feel the familiar warmth of Celeste's hand again. She's wearing gloves. Warm gloves. Dude, just get it over with. Let's talk to her. Take a deep breath and steel your resolve. Who is it? Every moment of silence after fills you with anxiety and dread. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but I'm not currently accepting clients at Cuthbert? She looks completely frozen for a while. But her gaze narrows as she notices the legion of knights escorting you. Are you here to arrest me? No, of course not. Can we come in? Yes, of course. Take a seat inside the office, but you can't really think of anything to say. And the knights aren't really helping to alleviate the tension. Hey, Celeste. Could you take the knights outside and do a perimeter of the building? What? But... Are you sure? I am. But what if something happens? Celeste, we're in a populated building in the capital city of Wivengard. I think I'll be fine. No, but... sorry, you're right. I'll just... With a motion of her hand, the knights follow her out of the office. Right before she leaves, she waits at the door and looks at you for a while. Oh, you got the look back. But after a while, she realizes how long she's been staring and quickly closes the door. Now then, let's get this over with.
Repario Arcanum.
Ah, she's hiding on the other side of the door. Who's that? It's a painting of a noblewoman? Not quite. That's Eliza Thornberry. Eliza Tantivy. She was a common folk prosecutor at the Imperial Academy. This portrait was commissioned by one of her noble patrons. It really just shows off their wealth, though. Doesn't celebrate anything noteworthy. Why do you have this, then? I like her, and she's a good reminder that the common folk are just as competent as the nobility. Bookshelf, there are several books about law and national history. You read a lot of these books front to back while studying to be an attorney. It's starting to get dark outside. I don't have much time left. Yo, it's freaking Jack Sparrow down here. And Will. It's a painting of some sort of pirate. He was a pirate that was famous for ruthlessly destroying the ships of anyone who stood in his way. During the Great Luminite War, the Wivengard Crown hired him as a privateer to protect Aranax from the Theocracy's navy. He sailed near my hometown? During the Great War, Aranax was a vital foothold for Wivengard's navy. Unfortunately, he was captured by the Theocracy and executed for his crimes. Rip. But I hear he gave them a runaround for 8 years before he was captured. It's a seat for Timura's clients. It looks extremely comfy, but she never let you sit in them when you were a child. I always wondered how you could afford these things. I guess I finally know now. Do we? I mean, I guess she's just being funded by Eye Taker. Oh. This isn't really the time to present things to her, and you can't really tell her about the case anyways. Oh yeah, I guess I'm just here to small talk. Is Celeste okay? I literally just wanted to present her to you, and it wouldn't let me, and now you're asking about her. She seems a bit on edge right now. And a bit on Edgeworth. Yeah, I think she's just been overprotective lately. I don't really blame her. I did almost die a few times in the last few days. What? It's a long story, and I don't think I'm even allowed to talk about it. Especially not with you. That last part came out with a little more disdain than you intended. Oh. Take a deep breath. I received your letters. Oh, did you? I haven't gotten the chance to read them yet. Of course, whenever you're not busy. This is really awkward. But you're going to have this conversation sooner or later. Perhaps it would be best to just be direct. Ms. Timora, I trusted you. I know. I trusted you. I told you everything about myself. I put all of my hopes into you, and you lied to me. You told a criminal about the Eye of Horus. It took me years before I was comfortable enough to tell you about it, and you knew that. Why did you even adopt me? You could have just left me in Arnex and moved on with your life. Why would you pull me into this? Sounds like she's trying to look for an answer, but nothing comes to her. I've started thinking about what my life could have been like. I could have been going out with Rika this whole time, but instead, I'm stuck here not going out with Celeste for some reason. I could have done so many things. I might have been able to move on from losing my mother, but you adopted me. You made my entire life focused around that one moment. That's a little harsh for the stepmom to be like, you know, you being around reminds me of my dead mom. Thanks a lot. I mean, I've never been a step parent, but if like, oh, that sounds like an awful thing to say. I had a son once. Before you, I mean. What? I wasn't always a city person. I used to live in an old farm town, just like McCoy's. My son and I used to run an old tea shop, just the two of us. Wait, you ran a tea shop? I know, it's ridiculous now that I think about it. But I was really happy back then. What happened? One night, a local nobleman had too much to drink at the local tea shop, the local tavern. He barged into our shop and started destroying it with his magic. My son tried to stop him, but the Inquisition swept that entire case under the rug, obviously. They said that the nobleman felt threatened and acted in self-defense. She never told you about this before. What's his name? Sad face. It was Ryan. Oh. What did you do after Ryan died? I thought long and hard about what I wanted to do. I was hurt and blinded by rage, so I decided I would take justice into my own hands. Wait, you didn't know. At the time, I thought that killing him would be too easy. I broke into his manor and found every incriminating document I could find. I found everything, from records of illegitimate children to plots he was making against other noble houses. I know an illegitimate child. I released everything to the public. It absolutely ruined him. That's when I realized that there was a way to make them pay, by being a defense attorney. You didn't have to harm or kill anyone. You could just beat them at their own game. You could use the rules and laws they made against them. Just like an attorney. Yeah, just like an attorney. When I realized that, I moved to the city and started studying law. I read every book there was to read about Wyverngard's laws, and I learned how to work the system. I started representing clients who were clearly being framed by the nobility, but I really didn't care about saving them. I just wanted to see the look on each noble's face when I implicated them with irrefutable evidence. Checkmate. But it got more difficult. As I started punching higher, the nobles got smarter and more influential. I continued to acquit my clients, but the trials got closer and closer each time. But I was arrogant, and I felt invincible. I thought that no matter what happened, justice would prevail. And then your mother's case happened. Gulp. I've never met someone that remarkable before. She had this way of making you feel happy no matter what kind of mood you're in. Okay, so she's the divine parent. Yeah, I remember. But I failed her, and I failed you. Miss Timora, I never once blamed you for what happened. I know. But that doesn't change the fact that I couldn't acquit her. She was executed because I didn't do enough. When you asked me to train you to be an attorney, I was blinded by my desperation. I felt so alone and helpless. I wanted someone, anyone, to carry this burden with me. So how pathetic must I have been that I'd look for that in a grieving 10-year-old child. When I looked at you, all I wanted to see was myself. I saw a hurt and broken person who wanted revenge on the nobility. But I was too self-centered to realize that you were nothing like me. You care about people, and you cared more about saving your clients than harming the nobility. I think I knew all along, but I just refused to see it. Maybe you were right about me. What? Maybe I was just using you to make myself feel better. I took you from your home and forced you to dedicate your life to my dream. Maybe I never really cared. If I did care about you, I would have never pulled you into a life like this. I'm sorry, and I can't begin to apologize for doing that to you. The eye shows that her feelings are genuine. But does that even matter at this point? I've been thinking long and hard about this. I want to forgive you, Miss Temor, but I don't know if I can. I am half human. I don't blame you. But I want to try. She looks away from you for a moment as she wipes a single tear. Miss Timora, no, don't call me that. What? You can truly find it in your heart to forgive me. I want things to be different this time. I'm not your superior, nor your mentor anymore. We're equals now. No, you're my mom. So call me by my first name. Oh, okay, Ruby? Saying it feels really strange after all these years. You hope you can get used to it. No. Just wanted to make sure it still wasn't time. Right, I almost forgot the entire reason why I came here. What is it? I didn't just come here to reconcile. I actually need your help with something. Okay. I need your help. I need you to help me speak to the Eye Taker. Tyrion. I know, considering the circumstances, it would probably strain your partnership with him even more. Tyrion. But if you can just tell me where he is, I'll do my best to make sure it doesn't get traced back to you. Tyrion, the Eye Taker is dead. Oh right, Eris killed him at the end of the last episode. Oops. Well, that's one fewer person I have to interrogate. What? He died right after you convicted Beatrice. He was lynched by a mob of civilians. What? Everyone's saying that it was some sort of retaliation from House Frege. Didn't you notice that he didn't send anyone after you? But Eris said... What did she say? Wait a minute. By the way, is your father still... Oh, if you're worried about him, we've already had a conversation about you. I don't think he'll be accosting you anytime soon. Oh, thank you. And why would Eris say that then? because he's not gonna accost you anytime soon. What's the problem here? Who's Eris? Excuse me? Someone's memory got wiped, methinks. What? You've met her before. She has long black hair, she wears a black dress, she has purple eyes, and she talks with like a creepy demon voice. I guess she really likes black. But anyways, she's the Eye Taker's daughter. Tyrion, the Eye Taker's daughter has red hair. What? She was there. She dyed her hair. She just really likes black. She was there when we spoke to him during Beatrice's trial. That's right. What are you talking about? Frick! She was never at that meeting. What? Could she not use her re-rate powers on me? Because I'm a Heavensborn? What is going on? She was clearly there. If it weren't for her intervention, the Eye Taker would have attacked at that very moment. Why are you remembering things differently? Sorry, Lucio. But whoever this patron is, they have full ownership of her mind. You could have easily commanded her to forget signing the contract in the first place. It's probably why she can't remember what happened during the massacre. No. Tyrion, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? A part of you really hopes that you're wrong about this, but then you would die. We should probably get Lazarick in the room before we try this, methinks. Why are Ruby's memories different from yours? Arya, fabricated evidence. Eris signed a birth certificate. That's the only explanation you can think of, but why? Her memories seem intact, except for her memories of Eris. Since her disappearance, you've highly suspected that she was involved in this. Did he? You didn't say that. Not only was she at the scene of the crime, she went missing at the same time that Beatrice did, but you never thought to ask one question. Who is Eris Ilmater? Eris Ilmater is not the patron. Eris is a qualified attorney. Interesting. Right, because she was the one that had control of Beatrice, so flood of memories came back to you. Warriors such as you and I must home develop our skills to survive in battle. Eventually we develop the ability to sense enemies and anticipate danger. Such senses are heightened in the presence of extraplanar entities. Those are stories for hogwash. From here. Tyrion, I fought literal monsters and barely escaped with my life. When I'm near Eris, none of those creatures come even close. You get this feeling. It's like, oh, because she's a warrior. That's why she gets the sense, but I don't. Ah. Adds up. Every instinct I have tells me to run whenever she's close by. I'm terribly sorry, it's not usually like this. It's to be expected. I'm not sure why, but animals have always disliked me. So very little you know about demons. So what's to say that one can't take the appearance of a human? It's still a long shot. Bro, you have safeguards to like... Although it's not like... Alright, so the other time, here we could be wrong. Or like, oh, oops, I was wrong. And maybe the repercussions of that are different from just straight up trying to brute force it. It's like that, it's like the armory puzzle from La Mulana 2. You just die if you get it wrong. Tyrion, talk to me. What's wrong? Ruby, I'm about to do something stupid. If I fall unconscious, I need you to call Celeste, tell her to contact Lord Asclepius or the Archduke. Should probably call them first, maybe? What? You're wrong about this. There's no way either of them will get here in time. Yes, thank you. But it's already late and the trial resumes tomorrow. So go to them. Can't waste any more time traveling to either of the locations. Eris Ilmater, wherever and whatever you are, by the eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release the Guy Guards and manifest your blood contract with Ruby Timora. Gulp? Collapse. Then here's the part where I die and we get to the monologue on the beginning and Celeste. Oh. You could... So, you finally figured it out, my dearest Tyrion. Phew. Occupation Empress of Discord. This entire time, I've been chasing you. You have. It's been so entertaining watching you scramble around. You've been making contracts with people across Wivengard. You took control of Arya and Beatrice, but why? So he said he took control of Arya. So is he trying to imply that she is also the patron? Why would you want to do any of this? Oh, I can't possibly reveal all my secrets. This isn't the proper stage to have our final battle. But I suppose that you've come this far, so how about I give you a little gift? Ruby's blood contract has been added to your notes. Upon signing this contract, Ruby Timora grants the Empress of Discord access to her memories. At any time, the Empress may view any and all of Timora's memories. In addition to that, the Empress may instantaneously change and alter her memories whenever she wishes. But why? What is that? Ruby, Eris Ilmater is a demon. I thought she was just a tiefling. And she's not just any demon, she's the Empress of Discord. Yeah, Empress. Eris. I got it. And you signed a blood contract with her. That's why you can't remember anything about her. She cheats, though. She, makes people sign things and tricks them into thinking it's a blood contract. Or tricks them into thinking they're normal. What? Tyrion, I swear on my life that I didn't know anything about this. I know, she probably tricked you into signing this. Just like she tricked Arya. Arya? What does the prosecutor have to do with this? Come on, you two. I know things are kind of tense, but there's no need to... Oh, what are you holding? Is that a blood contract? How dare you? She's gonna be so mad when she puts two and two together here. Celeste, Eris is the Empress of Discord. What? It was her the entire time. She tricked Arya into signing a blood contract with her. And she probably controlled her and Beatrice to orchestrate the entire massacre. What? What massacre? To Tyrion, this is crazy. I know I was scared of her that one time, but how could Eris be a demon? She looks nothing like Marineth. She's a succubus. I know how unbelievable it is, and he's an imp. But I use my divine edict with her name. Here it comes. Here comes the reaction. Oh. That wouldn't have worked unless she was a demon. Here it comes. Here comes the reaction. Yeah, I guess I can't disagree with that. Here it comes. No. I'll need to contact the Grand General immediately. Why didn't she get angry? But if she really is a demon, is it even possible to arrest her? It's already been a day. For someone like her, that would be more than enough time to skip town. I mean, she can maybe teleport or something, or go to a different plane. I need to speak with the Archduke about this. Thank you, Ruby. You've helped us more than you could ever know. All she did was tell you that dude you were looking for was dead. Yeah, of course. Celeste, let's meet up with everyone. We'll need to discuss our next course of action. Right! You're about to leave Ruby's office when she stops you. Tyrion, have you been using the Eye of Horus lately? What, me? Never. Yeah. I can't say much about what I'm doing right now, but I am in the middle of a case. It's just that... What's wrong? Yeah, can we, like, find out more about my mom here? Like, why did my mom get prosecuted? Never mind. I don't think it's my place to say anything. I think I'm just being my usual paranoid self. I'm not the one with the ability to read minds anyways. So, if you're not seeing it, it's probably nothing. Okay. I know you can't tell me about what you're doing, and I have no idea what could possibly involve the Kingsguard, Steelwind, and the Empress of Discord, but just stay safe, okay? He's so dead. You're the only family I have left. I will. I promise. Thank you. Finally found the lead you've been looking for. But you're not sure where this will take you. Knowing what you know now, you're almost a little afraid of what might happen. Who is Eris? Why would she go to the trouble of orchestrating any of this? She not only impersonated the Eye Taker's daughter, she also pretended to be your friend. And she's super cute. What's her goal in all of this? Hopefully tomorrow will finally bring you the answers you're looking for. Is something wrong, Commander?
Don't play dumb with me. They told me what you really are. What's your game, demon? Why would you just deliver yourself to our doorstep?
Oh, Orm. I put far too much work into this story to miss the final act. I can't wait to see how this ends.
You killed 3 people and enslaved an innocent girl.
I feel like there's probably more blood on her hands than 3 people.
Is this all some kind of game to you?
Yes! Yeah, thank you! Exactly! Or most genre-savvy character in the game right now. Except for Eris. Eris has always been. That's exactly what this is to me. Wait, what if these white parts aren't like her hair? What if they're like demon wings? I'll admit. Oh, never mind. They're like coming from her hair for sure. Looking back, it does feel a bit derivative. In what way, Eris? What are you talking about? I've seen nothing but complete originality from my standpoint. But I think I've done enough to differentiate myself from those who came before. Cute. It's a shame about the timing of it all, though.
You're silly.
Oh, that took you long enough to notice. I guess the Oafish Inquisition Commander does have some observational skills after all.
Whatever. You just better not try anything.
You know I can't lie, so I'll reassure you. That's fascinating. That's worth a replay in itself. She's the one narrating the story, Technomagus. It's okay. That's worth a replay. Going back and like actually seeing all the parts where Eris doesn't lie. Gotta make all my friends play and watch them and pay very close attention to Eris and her dialogue. She can't lie, but she can make people misremember things. That's kind of funny. Wait, what if she can lie? And she's lying right now. I promise, I won't harm anyone. Oh no, there it is. She's never harmed anyone. She makes other people do it. While I'm in this prison. So cute. Does she have sharp teeth? That's just an anime thing, though. She might not actually have sharp teeth. Ugh. We're finally approaching the climax, Tyrion. No more deductions. No more talking. No more god-awful teasing when we both know who is really behind this. It's just me and you. Yep. She's already on the stand. All right, I gonna go take a break. Be back in 2 minutes. Alright, boyos, strap in. Here comes the rest of the game. Mr. Dragon. Hello, your lordship. I think this is the first time we've met. So is she actually not able to lie? Because that's a pretty interesting thing to say if she can't lie. You're a lot smaller than I expected. Gulp. Who is this woman? Why have they brought a civilian before the scaled lord? People of the court, thank you for your patience. Until now, we've known this woman as Eris Ilmater. And ever since the massacre, we've been trying to determine who orchestrated this. We only knew that Arya Steelwind signed a blood contract with a demon called the Empress of Discord. No, we didn't. It was the patron. I guess they just gave up on thinking they were two different people. We still knew very little about this demon. We had no idea who they were or what they even looked like. But we know the truth now. People of Wyverngard nobility, the woman on the witness stand isn't a civilian. She is the demon known as the Empress of Discord. I have no idea how, but her form is that of a human. Using this disguise, she entered the Grand Cathedral, posing as Beatrice Frega's guide. She then aided the patron by using Beatrice Frega to help Arya Steelwind massacre members of the nobility. So here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna play as Eris and have to press and present evidence to Tyrion. I'll be playing chess against myself.
Objection!
Why are we continuing with this? She's already admitted to taking part in the massacre. Let's force her to tell us who the patron is and be done with this.
How typical. The Grand General thinks he can solve all of his problems with violence. But let me ask you this. Why are you assuming that the patron is a human? Was he? Why are you assuming he's assuming that? What? In Arya's contract, it says that the patron is the individual who gives the contract to her. How do you know that I'm not that individual? See, she's talking sense. I go by many names. The Empress of Discord is only one of them.
What you're saying is true.
She's not saying anything. She's speaking in hypotheticals. That lets her pretend to lie.
What you're saying is true. That makes this a simple matter. We simply need to execute you for your crimes against the kingdom.
Haven't you forgotten what my underling said during Frega's trial? As a demon, I can never truly die. If you destroy my body, I'll simply reform in the abyssal hells. I wonder, what might happen if your daughter, if you were to draw my ire? You're prosecuting her and playing the villain. But I know the truth. You secretly care about her, don't you?
What nonsense are you spouting?
When you thought she had Mageblight, you had to prosecute her. You held on to the little hope you could to convict her and convince her to take a plea deal. As the king's wife, her position might have been salvageable. And you did this all so she could be with her beloved Aster. What? Arya's in love with Aster? When did this happen? She's so polite. Man, I'm trying to I don't know if she's more adorable when she's being creepy or when she's being evil. But then, it was revealed she signed a blood contract with me. That changed everything. Mageblade is one thing, but a demon owning her soul? She can't very well be a queen like this, now can she? You had to find out who the patron was before her trial ended, didn't you, Lucio? Otherwise, your beloved daughter would never be free. And you did it all because you had felt bad for what you did to her.
Everything I've done is for the good of House Steelwind.
Is that what you were doing? Because the way I see it, you abandoned her for her entire childhood. Felt so guilty about killing her mother that you couldn't bear to face her. No! Eris, stop this. And you know what that did to her. You didn't just take away her mother, you took away her father too. You starved her of any affection. She couldn't help but latch onto the first person to show her any kind of superficial kindness. Me? The player? I mean, she could do worse than Aster at least. It might not have been the smartest thing, but you know, he's legit. Eris, she didn't fall in love with Aster. She became obsessed with him. She stopped being her own person, and she clings to him like a parasite. She changed everything about herself to suit his likes and desires. I think that she still is wants to be honorable though. If he inspired her to be truthful and seek good justice and honor, you know, could have turned out worse. And you know, deep down in your heart, you know that if he is ever taken away from her, she will fall apart. Since I pity you so much, I'll let you in on a little secret. killing me won't save your daughter, and you don't have the means to confine me. And even if you know who I am, your daughter will never be safe from my influence. What? Right. Well, not her influence, the patron's influence, whoever that may. Yo, it's plot twist. The patron actually isn't her. Oh, wow. All right. So my theory before was that the blood contract was actually like written on her like marriage agreement. And by the terms of the contract, the patron is the person that hands Arya the document. And that's likely one of two people, either Aster or the Pope. See, Aerys is being a sneaky little sneak because she's making them think that she's the patron, and she's implied as much and admitted that she can't lie, but she never said she was the patron. And given what we know, it's likely that the patron is either Aster or the priest. So what's gonna end up happening is like Aster's gonna turn out to be the patron, and then he's gonna be like, oh, but wait, then why did she kill all those people? Never mind, my theory doesn't make any sense. Unless the Pope is actually behind everything. No, this is crazy. Look at all this evidence we didn't use. All these spell compendia. I think a lot of these are just to give like flavor information. Like the polymorph thing, we might never have to present the polymorph thing, but I think it's just here to reward the player for paying attention. Like, ah, yeah, they used polymorph on Alaric. It'd be the first time the church was evil. Alright. Yeah, I played Heavensward, Final Fantasy XIV. But I suppose there's one possible way to break my contract. What is it? My contract will bind Arya Steele to the patron so long as they both live. So like you can kill Aerys and break the contract. That might, like, when she gets respawns, maybe the contract would come back in effect, but they just have to. See, now she said my contract. She slipped up, and she no longer went from implying that she was the patron, and now she's all, like, basically saying it. Oh no! Because she wrote the contract. She's still not admitting to being the patron, right? My contract could mean that she's the one that drafted the contract. Yeah. I feel like they tried so hard to throw shade away from Aster that I'm afraid that he might actually be guilty. But like, I feel like the priest is not obvious enough of a suspect, and he's also not Aster. So I think it's the priest now. What motivation would he have, though? Wait. Oh man, Aster did want to destabilize the nobility system, though. Oh. Alright, I'm like really pretty sure that it's either Aster or priest at this point. But which of them has a motive? I mean, the priest wasn't in that list of suspects from the end of the last episode. Aster's the only one left. No, my boy, it can't be. So whoever the actual like perpetrator is, the patron, which I'm now all but convinced that the patron is not Eris. Whoever the patron is had a motivation that's somehow tied with Celeste's parentage. Could it be the dragon? She's like the advisor to the king. He could have been present while they were like presenting their wedding papers. But why did he have to kill all those people so that Celeste wouldn't find out who her parents are? Like, okay, like killing the dude that wasn't important, the guy from the first case, the guy that killed Celeste's stepdad, whatever his name is, killing him, you know, prevents him from leaking the information about Celeste's parentage. But the motivation for killing him seems to be different. Oh no, though. The dragon is also like so disappointed in the nobility and the system that he inadvertently. Oh crap! It was the dragon the whole time. So as the like advisor to the king, he might have been there and might have presented the document to. What's the exact wording on that text? So I think there's two different motives. There's the motive of taking down the house heads, and then there's the motive of not letting Celeste's parentage leak. And how would we trick? That's the question. How would we trick Arya into signing this contract? The intentions of this contract, the person who hands the contract to Arya Steelman may be referred to as the patron. By signing this contract, Arya surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the patron? No, it was Aster. No, my boy! Why? Why did you do this? Alright, if this were some kind of wedding contract and Aster handed this to Arya, she would definitely have signed it. So long as they both live, right? I mean, come on. My boy, no! How could they do this to me? I feel so betrayed. Which is what Eris wanted me to feel all along, isn't it? Ah! Tricky narrator demon girl. What does your thing say? Upon signing this contract, every time we're against the Empress of Discord, access to her memories anytime. There's gotta be more context on this page. There had to be a reason for Ruby to sign this. But we don't know. Maybe it's not important. But this, like, the top half of the page being blank? It's like a marriage certificate. But then the, like, spiritual part of the contract is the only part that we were able to manifest. Astrid, my boy, why did you betray me? But she's still allowed. All right, what got me on this track? She can still call it my contract, without lying because she drafted the contract, but she's still not the patron. Aster. The only way that Arya would have signed that contract is if Aster handed it to her. Did Aster also have a contract that made him? Dude, it's so deep. What if she made him use her to kill everybody? All right, we're done. Let's just keep playing. That was a good little theory craft session. If you truly want to free your daughter from my control, all you have to do is kill her. Or the patron. No, they're not gonna get married now. Because they're gonna have to kill Aster to release his control. Do the poor thing a favor and put her out of her misery. You little wretch! I will hunt you to the end of...
Enough. Lucio, we cannot antagonize her if we want to find out how this happened.
Ugh. Is she right? Is Arya's fate truly doomed? No, Arya. Has to be something you can do. I just don't understand, Eris. She's a demon. Think about it. Why are you doing this? You're not a noble. You're probably not even a citizen of Wyverngard. Why would you go through the trouble of doing any of this? Tyrion, why are you here? What? Why do you constantly risk your life for the sake of others? Why do you try to seek justice in a clearly unjust world? I don't know, honestly. I think you do know. That's why she's like, has a crush on Tyrion, because he's a freaking half angel. It's because I wrote the story that way. The answer is simple. You do it because it satisfies you. You save people. You fight the system. You just love indulging in your own heroics, don't you? That's not... It feels good, doesn't it, Tyrion? You know that you're the only righteous person in an unjust society. When you succeed, you're hailed as a hero. And if you fail, it's society's fault, not yours. No matter what happens, you can take solace in the knowledge that you're so much better than everyone else. Well, that superiority you feel over them must be intoxicating. Your divine blood makes it so. You just can't resist giving into it. But just as your divine blood compels you to do good, my hellish blood compels me to do the opposite. I just can't help but take every opportunity to make you all suffer. My entire purpose is to see each and every one of their faces contorted in agony and despair. Humanity is a stain on the world. They're worthless parasites who steal, maim, and kill to get what they want. That's all they are. And I despise those who try to pretend they're anything different. I was gonna say, she doesn't despise people for doing evil things. What's she getting at? But she despises those who try to pretend they're anything different. I'm half different, I'll have you know. You are wrong, Eris. Humanity is so much more than you realize. And I truly pity you if that's all you see in us. Oh, so now it's us. That actually just reminded me. There's something I hate even more than humanity. What is it, Eris? I despise the Celestials of the upper planes who go against the natural order. They condemn and admonish beings like me, all while watching humanity suffer from their secluded little heaven. They realize that humanity would never willingly choose good over evil, so they created the Heavensborn to tip the balance in their favor. It's so self-indulgent that it makes me want to puke. That's what the Heavensborn are? I mean, that's what a demon would say, yeah. It is. And I've made quite a hobby out of breaking them and sending them back to their creators. Okay, so, alright, so it is my mom that's the Celestial, because that's why she got put to death, and she just respawned in the heavens, and that's why she's still able to talk to me. I throw them into the deepest pit of despair before extinguishing their lives. There's no greater joy in my eternal life. And I took a lot of work to get you right where I needed you, Tyrion. Wait, are you saying... You asked me why I did this, didn't you? My actions that day were all for you, my dearest Tyrion. Also, I could see the despair on your face when you realized the truth. Tyrion, no.
Objection!
Yeah.
That's enough out of you, you witch!
Little Lucio.
Cuthbert, you promised me that we would save my daughter together.
Alright, he's straight up just gonna take a great axe to this chick and then realize that she's not the patron. Too good. I'm sorry,
You said those words to me with such conviction. Yet here you stand, quivering like a grunt in his first battle. Are a few meager doubts enough to force a retreat from you? Is that all it takes to defeat the infamous Tyrion, Cuthbert?
He's probably desperate at this point. If Eris is the patron, okay. Thank you, Tyrion, for putting a little doubt into that statement. There's very little hope for Arya. Unlike Beatrice's, her blood contract was short and concise. There was very little room for interpretation, so you probably can't dispute it either. But what kind of attorney would you be? No, what kind of friend would you be if you didn't see this through? Eris, we didn't call you here today to wax poetic with you. The people you've harmed have a right to know what you did that day. But they're dead right now, so they don't care anymore. So either give us your testimony or get out. I would say that, like, that was a dangerous thing to say because she could just leave, but she does want this. Even now, you're still undeterred. I really do love that about you. She's so crushing, dude. It's a whole Romeo and Juliet thing, man. But I do wonder how long that will last. Woof. It's true. I was the one who masterminded this. I knew about the king's funeral at the Grand Cathedral, so I forced Beatrice Frigga to allow me to accompany her. You forced her to allow you to accompany her. Got it. When I was there, I used my contracts with Beatrice Frigga and Arya Steelwind to compel them to act against their will. Oh, that's the bit right there, isn't it? I'm gonna press that and find out that she's not the patron. And through the actions of Beatrice Frigga and Arya Steelwind, I facilitated the deaths of Lloyd von Sanctus, Corlin Sybil, and Garrick Pierce. The only motivation for my actions that day was to harm Tyrion Cuthbert's friends and make him suffer. And before you ask, aside from my thralls, I was acting alone that day. I didn't follow direct or indirect orders from anyone. That is the most, like, straightforward, no bullcrap testimony, except for the part that I know is bullcrap. Your testimony is pretty thorough. Of course, I am a demon after all. Since I'm unable to lie, I thought it would be best to be as detailed as possible. That way, there's no room for doubt. Isn't that wonderful, Tyrion? She's definitely playing with you. She may not have technically lied, but she's definitely not acting in good faith. I freaking love this. This is so good. This game's amazing. I know what's going on, but like, it's so fun watching the characters figure out what's so obvious to me. So you completely carried out this plan yourself? Well, I clearly had the help of Beatrice Frigga and Arya Steelwind. so I wasn't truly acting alone. You know what I meant. Yes, I just can't help myself sometimes. To state things plainly, no human willingly helped me with my plan that day. You know that she can't lie, but she's the one that told you that. How did you find out about it? It was supposed to be a closely guarded secret. Oh, Tyrion, I can't tell you all my She freaking killed the king. You can't exactly threaten to charge her with perjury. It's a surprise that she's even testifying in the first place. So you can extract all the information she has. You'll just have to play along with other games. I use my... Alright, this is obviously this is one I'm supposed to press her on, so we'll come back. Why are you using their full names? You know I can't lie, so I thought I'd give you something. For example, I could have easily referred to another Steelwind or another Frigga that I enthralled. You can lie all you want when you're speaking in hypotheticals, dude. That list is very long, you know. I mean, over the years, yeah. Ignore her, Lucio. She's trying to get under your skin. Anyways, aside from Pierce, Von Sanctus, and Sybil, who are key members of the Wyvern Guard nobility, what reason could you possibly have to kill the three of them? I didn't. What? I didn't have a reason to kill them. I just happened to facilitate their deaths. Frick, dude. Aster, my boy! Everything's pointing to him right now. No, but you specifically went after them. What motivation does Aster have to kill Pierce, though? I did. But you didn't have any particular reason to do so. Oh, but I didn't have any particular reason to do so. But that doesn't make any sense. I suppose it doesn't. Anyways, would you like for me to add that to my testimony? Oh my gosh, dude. I love when she breaks the fourth wall. It's so good. It would help you, wouldn't it? Yeah, I suppose so. I didn't really have a reason to kill them specifically. I just needed Arya to kill my victims as quickly and efficiently as possible. Huh. Now I'm less sure about the other thing. What a terrifying ability. Thank you for noticing. That wasn't a compliment. I find it all quite sickening how you demons prey on people. Prey? People know what they're signing up for when they sign a contract with a demon. But you tricked Arya. You can hardly blame me for collecting what was freely offered. Please, we both know that Arya didn't knowingly or willingly sign that contract. Aren't you just assuming that? Yeah. What? How do you know that she didn't knowingly sign a contract with me? My client would never willingly sign a contract with you, Eris. Really? What if I were to threaten her dearest fiancé? Ugh. You may see Arya as a paragon of justice, but everyone has their breaking point. If that's true, tell us under what circumstances Arya signed the contract. You knew it. She's just trying to get inside your head. Arya would never sign a contract like that, even if it were to protect Aster. You already established that Pierce was killed due to his knowledge of Celeste's parentage. How could you possibly have no motivation to see them dead? Aren't you just assuming that? I'm not. That's the only logical conclusion. And that's where you made your mistake. You thought the demon girl was gonna act logically. That's a big old jump there, Tyrion. You're assuming that I act logically. Ugh. You're a bit out of your element right now. Every murder you've investigated has always followed some kind of logic that you could use to make deductions. Good deduction wins the day, that's for certain. DuckTales. Eris is a different beast entirely. For all you know, she could be completely insane. You might very well be seeing connections that aren't there. She's so freaking creepy adorable. Oh my gosh. Is something wrong, Tyrion? I went to all this trouble to get your attention. The least you could do is appreciate it.
Objection!
Enough! Stay on subject, witness.
I'm not complaining about this, but if you really wanted to make me suffer, why wouldn't you just go after the people close to me? Oh, but what would be the fun in that? Killing people is such an easy task to accomplish. Even a child can do it. I knew it! Asterius is so guilty. There are much more effective ways to make someone suffer. And before you ask, why did you find the need to specify that? To leave less room for doubt. Beatrice used an indirect order to feign innocence in your previous trial, didn't she? But did you work together with anyone to facilitate the massacre? Of course I did. I worked together with Beatrice Frigg and Arya Steelwind. Ugh. You know what I meant, Eris. My apologies. I just can't help myself sometimes. I'll say it clearly so you can be certain. I did not have a contract with anyone that wanted to facilitate any of those murders. I was acting of my own free will. Even when she says it directly, you can't help but doubt everything she says. Just need to examine her testimony carefully. She technically can't lie, but she's clearly hidden something in her testimony. Instead of examining the wording of her statements, focus on what she's clearly trying to imply with each statement. You might be able to find a contradiction there. Oh man, this is crazy. I'll be right back. Oh man. Okay, we're ready. I feel like Eris really wants to subvert expectations. So I don't think that I'm gonna present on the part of the testimony that she added. It's too easy. She would never do that. Oh man, she's gonna call it out too. That's gonna be the best part of it. All right. I like how her face changes on the part she added. Alright, looks like she said the same thing. I didn't. Oh man. Alright, what was the... Hang on. I want to see the part again where she's like, do you want me to add that to my testimony? Would you like for me to add that to my testimony? What? It would help you, wouldn't it? Here's the other thing. She can't technically lie if she phrases what she's saying as a question. Alright, well, what's the, like... Try presenting something wrong, too? Okay. I'll say first. She technically can't lie, but she's clearly hidden something in her testimony. Instead of examining the wording of her statements, focus on what she's clearly trying to imply with each statement. You would find a contradiction there. Right. Oh, man. New slot. No, it wasn't. It was Ruby Timora.
Objection!
Eris, it's clear that your testimony is contradictory. Sorry, but that wasn't the correct answer. Did you not notice how the music didn't stop? What? You're a little lost about what she's saying, but she is right. That wasn't the contradiction you were looking for. That was adorable. I probably would have gotten one wrong anyway, but it's good to get that out of the way. Oh, man. Leaning heavily on the fourth wall. I think the fourth wall is like a two-way mirror, and Eris can see through it, but Tyrion can't. So it's still there, but you know. Through the action of Beatrice Frigga and Arya Steele, and I still did the deaths of Lord Von Sanctus. Seems right. She facilitated them, alright. I didn't really have a reason to kill them. Eris, didn't have a reason to kill them specifically. Someone else did. I just needed Arya to kill my victims as quickly and efficiently as possible. Oh. But what about the route? The route contradicts that. Even though I want so bad for her to like subvert expectations and this not be the answer.
Objection!
Eris, you said that you needed Arya to kill them as quickly and efficiently as possible. But that's not exactly what happened, did it? Excuse me? Please hire me to edit the grammar in your next game, people. I would love to do it. I don't have experience. I'm cheap. You can hire me, please. That's not exactly what happened, did it? All right. I'm oh so good at it, even though I've never been paid to do it before. I'll work for a nominal fee. Please hire me. But I love doing it. Yes, it appears I underestimated your little bodyguard. Things lasted a lot longer than I anticipated. So what is it about Celeste that Eris didn't see? It's like, Celeste also like a Heavensborn? Then their kids would be they'll be double quarter Heavensborns. How would she underestimate Celeste? Crazy. It's not what I was referring to. Oh? You said that you needed Arya to kill them as efficiently as possible. Wait. So... that's what I'm saying, dude. Pierce, the motivation for killing Pierce is different from killing the other two. Pierce wasn't on the hit list. Or she's just being very specific in like the way she's using pronouns, that when she says quote unquote they, She's referring to 2 out of 3. And I think that she could get away with that. Huh. But that doesn't really match with what happened to Garrick Pierce, does it? Is that so? That look on her face, why does she look so happy? Dude, she's just like the perfect game dev. She just wants to watch people run through her little maze. I know the feeling. As I said, I've designed Plandos for Link to the Past, Super Metroid. I've done Super Metroid puzzles. I've done like little bits here and there, and I just love watching people's little brains unfold as they run through my little puzzle. Eris, unlike the murders of Von Sanctus and Sybil, Pierce was murdered with a blade frozen with magic. It's such an extremely convoluted way to kill someone. It would only make sense if you were trying to hide the evidence. I believe I presented the murderer's route. I'm glad for the progression, but I don't see how this adds up to what my line of thinking was. This is the alternative to making you brute force stuff. But that clearly wasn't your intent. I agree. So why would I do that? For the love of God, woman, can you stop speaking in riddles? I have no love for any god aside from myself. She's behaving differently than she was during her testimony. She's being vague. She's still hiding something? Maybe, like, did she just actually not have anything to do with... Pierce's death? What if, like, it was Aster? What if she, like, Aster was behind Pierce's death but not the others? But no. Alright, like, she's definitely the Empress. So she's, like, absolutely 100% definitely in control of Beatrice. Still not totally convinced she's in charge of Arya, though. It's a little hazy on whether... Well, actually, we have Beatrice's spell compendium, right? Yeah, I don't know. Alright, let's just play the game. Okay, stop getting baited by her words and take a moment to think about this logically. She's very good at misdirecting you and playing with everyone's emotions. So stick to the facts that you know for certain. In her testimony, she said the following. I didn't really have a reason to kill them specifically. I just needed Arya to kill my victims as quickly and efficiently as possible. I guess they leave it open because, like, the route kind of works against that, but also the method of Pierce's death. I just got it. His name is Pierce. And he stabs people. Wow, am I freaking stupid? 4.5 episodes later, you guys, I finally got the joke. Oh, man. She could have been trying to mislead you. What phrase did Eris use to mislead you? No, considering who she is, she's definitely trying to mislead you. I didn't have a reason. I mean, them? Was italicized. I think them, because as I said before, she can use, quote, them to refer to 2 out of the 3 victims. And it was italicized, so. She used the word specifically. Could that change the meaning of the entire phrase? She didn't have a reason to kill the 3 specific victims. She might have had a reason to kill in general. That seems like a stretch. She'd say she did all this for you. Aw, she loves me. Set all this up so you would have a mystery to solve? It's too difficult to read her demented mindset. Her other phrases have something you can use. It's a checkmark situation. But then was italicized. Them is like the most ambiguous of them. Because she could not lie by, oh, when I said them, I only meant 2 of them. Well, you know, she could have had a very specific reason to kill them, but she said multiple times she didn't have a reason. Out of all the parts of that, that doesn't seem the most direct. Perhaps one of her other fears has something to use. She said she needed Arya to kill the victims, but that phrasing doesn't necessarily mean she required Arya to do this. Doesn't it? Although you still don't know the circumstances she signed a contract under. So perhaps Arya was the only powerful maid she could trick or coerce into giving up control. Yeah, Celeste, hold strong. But either way, that doesn't mislead you. Just wonder. She said her victims instead of the victims. It's a small distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And you recall Marinette using a similar trick during Beatrice's trial, which can only mean the victims of this case aren't the same as her victims. Okay, yeah, sure, fine. I got the idea basically like absolutely correct, but I was honing in on the wrong individual word. But that's good. That's good. So Pierce wasn't one of her victims. Eris, which of the people in your case were your victims? Thank you. Okay, I was definitely on the right track there. I'll give myself credit. Well, considering what happened, you could say that everyone at the cathedral that day was my victim. Darth Vader did kill your father, in a certain manner of speaking. Frick. Yes. But who was killed directly by Beatrice Frigate or Arya Steelwind? I knew it. You're hiding something, aren't you? There's no way. Why would she ever? If that's what you think, it's definitely possible. Ugh, again with the vague answers. Why would she even agree to testify in the first place? Because she's smarter than Marinette? Or because she's freaking... Okay. Arya's still the best waifu, don't worry. But I think Eris might be becoming the best character in the game. There's nothing any of you can threaten her with, and nothing you can do to permanently harm her. She could have easily gone into hiding. She never had to come here, which means she wanted to come here. But why? Just tell me, Eris, who killed Lord Von Sanctus? Arya Steelwind. Well, okay, great. Lock her up. And who killed Coraline Sybil? Arya Steelwind. And who killed Garrick Pierce? Why are you staying silent? Out with it, demon. Who killed Garrick Pierce? I refuse to answer. She's doing this one. It's actually Arya. In before. In her own obnoxious way, she's trying to guide you to the truth. But for what purpose? Who killed Garrick Pierce? She's refusing to answer the question. That must mean the answer is different from her previous answers. The sure so you'd like me to think. Really? An unknown person is... I feel like if it were Beatrice, she actually would have come out and said it. Because we know that she has a contract with Beatrice. An unknown person killed Garrick Pierce. That must mean it was Aster. Aster? Why would you do that? No, wait. The reason I suspected Aster was because I thought that he was the one that handed the contract over to Arya. So now that... Eris, you are not the patron described in Arya's contract, are you? Why couldn't she still say Arya, though? Who knows? I never confirmed or denied that. Agree.
Are you serious? I grow sick of your games, demon.
You knew it. Oh, he's still on the table too, because as the advisor, he might have been at the like the wedding preparations, right? I mean, he was at like in the cathedral at the time. So is Lucio. Maybe Lucio actually is the... Could it have been would Lucio have handed her the... What if though, like the marriage contract, they handed it to Lucio to look over, and then he handed it to Arya. Huh. I mean, Manfred von Karma murdered people. Why not this guy? He's obviously the Manfred von Karma of this game. It's not completely derivative. You knew it. The murders were too politically motivated to have been completely random. You can unequivocally prove the patron's identity by using a divine edict. You know what that means? It's time to save the game before I die. Because of the risk of getting it wrong, that just leaves you right where you started. I mean, it's a different day. I think that Lazarick has his spell slots back. Who is the patron, Eris? Who is responsible for all of this? There's actually a lot of like the investigation phases where you talk to Eris and she's like, "Oh, I'm not gonna tell you all my secrets, teehee." Oh man, it's too good. You want me to find out the truth, but she wants you to earn it, Tyrion. So why are you staying silent? Because it would be so much better when you discover it yourself. Yeah. That means you already have the evidence you need to do so. You felt it, haven't you? Ever since the investigation started, you felt a nagging feeling at the back of your mind, haven't you? What? How did you... It's right in front of you, Tyrion. You're in front of me. You're just refusing to see it. Shoot! No! It's Celeste! No! My girl, how could you? Oh, crap! She was there! Why would she kill Pierce? Maybe she just didn't want anyone to find out. Like, she was so... But she's the one that brought us there in the first place. Oh, man. It's Celeste now, like, right? But why?
You made your contract with the patron on that day?
Even with the eye of a god, you're still blinded by your human sentimentality. I am at that age. So think through it carefully. Celeste was the only other person there, though. Like, she was definitely there and definitely could have killed Pierce. Oh, right. Wait. Did I literally just say to myself, what motivation did Celeste have to kill Pierce? I'm a freaking moron. Alright. Alright. Oh, no. But he was, like, slated to be executed. You could have just been, like, yeah, watching the audience. Why, Celeste? You killed Garrick Pierce that day. I don't... No, it was Aster. It was Aster! I don't care about my boy anymore. Think through this. Let everything else disappear from the world and only think of the facts. Eris wasn't the patron. That means someone else was controlling Arya's actions. They still coordinated with Eris, who had control of Beatrice. Because Beatrice had to cast a sleep spell. That's... Oh, Celeste! Like, why? He was already condemned and was gonna die. Why did you do this? I did not see this coming. But like, how would Celeste have known to ask her? It makes so much sense, especially that Celeste would want to do the whole poetic justice thing and have, oh, my girl. The patron killed those two. They were able to effectively counter every magical defense they brought up. What do we already know about the patron's first 2 murders? Wait, are we saying that the 3 murders are all connected now? I got confused there. I thought we kind of separated them. They knew. Wait. Do I have? I don't think I have Celeste's spell compendium. Not anymore. Not since it only had 1 spell. What do you know already about the patron through the first 2 murders? The patron is not ignorant of making deals with demons. Pretty true. Patron is experienced in using lethal magic. Is not ignorant of. They're well versed in using magic lethally. That's not what the statement said. The statement said lethal magic, not using magic lethally. That's why I was so hesitant to pick that, because it didn't make sense the way it was phrased in the wheels. The way you phrased it made perfect sense. All right, fine. Don't worry about it. We got it first try. It's no big deal. So whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of high-level magic. Not only that, they came up with creative ways to bypass the defenses put up by Font Sanctus and Sybil. But the Celeste didn't have a motive to kill Sybil. Maybe Von Sanctus, but even that's kind of...
Yes, and they had the ability to react quickly and decisively.
Things changed when the Fire Nation attacked, when they murdered Pierce. Eris implied that neither Arya nor Beatrice killed Pierce. We didn't say Beatrice, but I kind of drew that conclusion anyway. Okay. So what did did the patron kill him personally? Maybe. But why? They already had control of Arya. Maybe Celeste contract. Maybe Celeste. Did Celeste have a contract with Eris? Then, like, maybe. All right, let's go back to this. Eris forced Celeste to force Arya to murder those people. But why? Why would she make it deal with her? And also, like, Arya and Celeste fought for 20, 30, 15 minutes? Who knows how long? That's actually starting to sound suspicious. Now that Celeste is under scrutiny. I would imagine the entire point of enthralling her would be to hide their own involvement. Did they become impatient because Celeste was holding her ground against Arya? No, Beatrice was already able to slip past them. That's how she was able to knock you and Pierce out with a sleep spell at 2:30 p.m. Why didn't Eris use Beatrice to kill Pierce? So she could be deceptive about it later. The patron was coordinating with Eris. Eris or the patron? Who are we talking about here? The patron was coordinating with Eris. Okay, she could have easily had Beatrice kill Pierce. When you... Because she wanted poetic justice, whatever that word was. The murderer wanted to kill Pierce personally. It's freaking Celeste. Why would this game do this to me? They wanted to kill Pierce personally. The whole reason she dragged me out into this whole trial was so that she could kill Pierce. Alright. Calm down. We gotta get through this. What does that mean? Does that mean that Pierce's murder was more emotionally driven than the other two? He's just like thinking through this so logically just to find out that his girlfriend's the murderer. It's so sad. That might explain why. Oh my gosh, Eris is getting everything she wants right now. She's the hero of this game. Unlocks the secret mode where you play as Eris. That would be so freaking good. Then you get to play chess against yourself. That might explain why the method used to murder him was so contrived. Apparently, it's right there. So what aren't you seeing? Whoever did this, they murdered Font Sanctus and Sybil, and those two were house leaders of the Four Pillars. I still don't see how they're necessarily connected to... In a way, they both represented corrupt parts of our kingdom's government. Font Sanctus essentially got away with murdering Justin Way, and Sybil clearly had an... Was it me? Did I do it? Frick! I'm the only person that would have killed... I'm the only, literal only person that has a motive to kill Sybil. Nuh-uh. Get out of here with that crap. There's no way. Oh my gosh. Everything... Oh my gosh, no. Yes, no, maybe. Oh my gosh. I can't play this game. It's like freaking exploding my face off right now. The biggest clue you have... No, crap. Is one that Eris indirectly gave you. My actions that day were all for you, my dearest. It was me. I did it. I hope she's looking at me right now. Oh my gosh. Hang on a second. There's gotta be... What occasion would I have to hand Arya's contract to her? Why would I have handed this to Arya? I gotta get through this. We have to finish this game tonight. All right. Even it's already almost 11. I don't care. She wants you to discover it. It's freaking Tyrion. At first, you thought she was trying to make you feel guilty for what happened. But if that were true, she wouldn't still be here. There's something else that she wants you to realize, because it will throw you into despair somehow. Let's review every... Oh, man. It would still throw me into despair if it were Celeste, though. It's just that Celeste doesn't have a motive to kill Sybil. Like, Celeste definitely wants to kill Pierce. Maybe Von Sanctus, but that's a little bit of a stretch. But like Sybil, no. So either the murders aren't connected and it's pointing to Celeste, or you all know. Let's review everything you've deduced about whoever she made a contract with. Through the way they controlled Arya, they were creative and skilled at using magic. That kind of could point to Sybil's the reason why the courts are so foobar, since she's directly responsible for the creation mains. Right. Which really makes it seem more Tyrion than Celeste. But also possibly Ruby. Ruby's still on the table. But still, like, she really only has the motive for Sybil. But that's like why... Huh. Has Eris been altering my memories, or the, like, memories of people that I've been talking to? Skilled at using magic. Creative and skilled at using magic, like, could be Celeste? You must have been constantly exposed to creative uses of magic. Frick, man. Not to mention, they somehow personally handed a blood contract to Arya and had her sign it. That's the weird bit. Going by what you know, Arya was either threatened or tricked into signing that blood contract. So whoever did this must have had the strength to threaten her, or they were deeply trusted by her. That could be... Man. Alright, trusted by her? I'm gonna definitely say trusted by her. But I feel like that could be Tyrion or Celeste or Aster. In addition to that, they must have been close to the prayer room when the attack happened. Which would be either me or Celeste. And lastly, they must have had an emotional grudge against Garrick Pierce. There we go. I don't like any of the possible answers, but hey gosh dang. Sorry girl, we gotta throw you. Because of specifically pointing out the personal grudge. What? Did she actually make a contract with both of us? This is not over. That's not... It's the most logical conclusion with what you know this for. This is part of Eris's game, because it was me, but she's gonna trick Tyrion into thinking it was Celeste just to torture him more. Frick, man! Who did Eris make a blood contract with on the day of the murder? We did it, and it made the sound effect. It's just like, no. No. It can't be. That's not... Eris wanted to make you suffer, but you can't run away from this. You owe it to Arya. I don't know, man. I feel like I owe more to Celeste than I owe to Arya. No, you owe it to everyone within Wyverngard to see this through. You need to follow through no matter how painful it is. Let's see. How many... dog. Dagrin? Other Dagrin? Mom. Let's see. It probably was. This is also technically correct. Who did Eris make a blood contract with on the day of the murder? herself. Frick. I'm an attorney. Oh, man. Stop. It has to be someone else. She would never. Can you think of anyone else? Who else could Eris have chosen? Who else could she have chosen that would make you feel like this? Me. Stop! Is this freaking? I'm playing Undertale right now. What is happening? Damn it. Top 10 anime betrayals. This game against me. Eris at the end of it. Your scream of anguish echoes through the apartment building I live in. Everyone is caught off guard and stares at you in confusion.
What? What is it? Is everything okay, Mr. Cuthbert?
Tyrion, are you? Feel your eyes well up as you look at her. One look at the expression tells her everything she needs to know. There it is! You've realized it, haven't you? I've been waiting for this moment for so long.
What are you talking about? I demand an explanation. Mr. Cuthbert, what have you discovered?
Tell them, Tyrion. Tell them who did this. I issue your divine edict right now. You want to be wrong. Never wanted any. Frick! No! He's dead! He's gonna die! No, he's wrong! It's not her! Oh no! Oh my gosh, no way. They're gonna kill him right now. Nothing would make you happier than having this edict fall, even if it were to cost you your life. Fail. But you know the truth. Oh my goodness, dude. Where Necromancer, bring him in. No, you're about to die. It's not her, it's you. Eris Ilmater, Empress of Discord. Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. By the eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Tyrion Cuthbert. Please say Tyrion Cuthbert. Say it! Say your name so that everyone can hear it. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Celeste McCoy. Oh shoot. I was wrong about being wrong. With the apparent death of Tyrion Cuthbert, the Empress of Discord shall revive him, contingent upon the eternal servitude of Celeste McCoy. Henceforth, Celeste McCoy's soul shall be eternally bound to the abyssal hells. As a part of her servitude, Celeste McCoy shall engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelman in the Empress's endeavors. Wait, hang on. That was a mouthful. Let me try that again. Celeste shall engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelman in the Empress's endeavors. Huh? But this had to have happened after. Alright, so like sleep spell is cast, feign death is cast. They trick Celeste into thinking he's dead, get her to sign this contract. Why am I trying to think logically? Eris already told me not to do that. Alright. Lastly, it is stipulated that Celeste McCoy, of her own volition and agency, shall bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand. Afterwards, Tyrion Cuthbert's consciousness will be restored. But what? Garrick was killed by her own hand? But he was the last one to die, right? I died? It says apparent death. Tyrion, I'm sorry.
What the hell is going on? Demon, what is the meaning of this?
It's exactly what it looks like. The patron you've been looking for has been right in front of you the entire time. None of this makes any sense now. What? No! It is me! This contract is a huge red herring. Listen to the wording of that again. Oh no. This is not over. The patron you've been looking for has been right in front of you the entire time because it's Tyrion Cuthbert. Frick. But she also, like, she also got Celeste to sign the contract just to, like, mess with my head. Man.
Miss McCoy, did you sign a blood contract with the Empress of...
Did you sign a blood contract with the Empress of Discord? I'm not under oath, Your Honor. It was the only thing that would save Tyrion. It's so tragic because he wasn't dead. What? I never fought Arya. You've been lying to me? Under oath? Wait, we said she wasn't under oath. What, Beatrice and Eris? They broke past me and ran into the prayer room for 20 minutes. But the person they killed wasn't Pierce. It was you. Tyrion, you... She can't even bring herself to say it. Do you realize now, Tyrion? Stop it. Celeste McCoy is the most important person in your life. Hey, I realized that 2 chapters ago, okay? In this episode. She was the last person you had that hadn't betrayed you. And she signed away her soul to me. Her soul to me. All so that she could save you. This girl is so into me right now. Why the somber look, Lucio? Weren't you going to execute the patron the moment you knew who they were?
McCoy, does this mean what I think it means?
That doesn't, like, actually doesn't make... Like, the thing that she's presenting right now just straight up doesn't make sense. Because the other 2 people had already died by Arya's hand. So there's no possible way Celeste is the patron in this scenario. She just happened to sign a blood contract that was completely unrelated to Arya killing those other people. Yes. I'm the one who tricked Arya into signing that blood contract. Maybe someone's manipulating her memory. What? How could you? That doesn't make any sense. What's going on? I was so stupid. When I made that deal with her, I didn't expect her to... She used that contract to make you act against your will.
So, it wasn't just Ms. Steelman and Miss Frege who were controlled that day.
You realize that don't you, Lucio? As long as the contract with the patron exists, your daughter will always be vulnerable to my influence. That's why I have to die. Frick. But that's alright. I'm like half celestial. Maybe I'll like respawn from the waist down or something. You can't kill me, so there's only one solution to free your daughter.
I must execute Celeste McCoy.
Go ahead and try.
What? Understand one thing, Mr. Cuthbert. After what you've done for my daughter, I have nothing but the utmost respect for you. But I will do whatever is necessary to protect her.
I love it. He just screams instead of having a gavel. Oh man, this dude's so lit.
Lucio, we can't act rashly.
I'll let you all in on a little demonic secret. It doesn't matter if you confine her within a prison. The patron will be able to take control of Arya, no matter where she is. But if you kill her, Arya will finally be free from my control. Do it. Kill Arya. What? What are you saying? I should have done this from the beginning. When I realized what happened, I should have just come forward and admitted to what I did. But I kept holding on to the hope that it was some kind of trick. I prayed and prayed for the patron to be someone else. Well, prayer answered, girl. Thanks a lot for killing me. Tyrion, I was hoping you'd find something that would prove that all this wasn't my fault. Yeah, you finally found the culprit you've been looking for. Have I? And it absolutely breaks your heart. I'm not, no, it's not, it's me. I'm the patron. All right. A nagging feeling you've been experiencing. It's because you subconsciously refuse to believe that she would betray you like this. Okay. Didn't even notice the title drop during the Divine Edict. I did. No, I noticed. Because he referred to Eris as the Empress of Discord, so then she used his title, Attorney of the Arcane. I noticed the title drop. Actually, it still hasn't gone away. That uneasiness is still there. Are you still in denial? No, this is different.
I suppose there's no reason to continue with this.
What?
I sympathize with your position, Cuthbert, but even McCoy recognizes what must be done. It's over, and I will not allow this demon to control my daughter any longer.
You can't just...
Kingsguard, restrain him.
Wait.
Lucio.
That's enough. How did you get out of jail? What kind of court is this? Yo, dude, this music is like so heroic right now. See, I told you, she's got the same like collar as her dad. Everyone's surprised Arya leaped from the platforms above and landed. Yo, that is so baller. It just jumps down from the gallery, which she was in for some reason. Oh man, dude. Oh, Arya. She forcibly pushed Eris out of the way. Something that catches even her off guard. Yo. Arya? I'm so sorry. Celeste, you are innocent until you are proven guilty. I won't let anyone pass judgment on you until that is unequivocally proven. But Arya, I did this. Why are they just like overlooking this glaring obvious contradiction?
Arya, what are you doing?
How dare you, father?
What?
You yourself said that she's stronger than you, guy. How could you possibly think that you have the right to decide who lives and who dies? If you were actually a prosecutor, I would file for your immediate disbarment. And you, Mr. Cuthbert, how could you just stand there? Me? Dude, Arya is just like... She was already so hardcore best waifu, but she's just like... She's just increasing the lead by so much right now. You're Celeste's attorney. Isn't it your job to defend her until the last breath? I didn't see the truth because I didn't want to believe it. I almost let it slip away because of my own personal feelings. I almost put you at risk. I mean, Arya is my client, not Celeste. As much as it pains me to do so, I need to approach this objectively. Tyrion. To hell with that. What? Justice may be blind, but it's not heartless. I see it in her eyes whenever she's with you, Tyrion. You mean the world to her. She consigned her very soul to hell to protect you. Dude, Arya ships them so hard. It's so funny. She's been doing it since the last episode. If you abandon her when she needs you most, I will never forgive you. Frick, dude. She's amazing. God. Tyrion, Celeste. Can you testify about what happened? What? But it's the only way I know how to solve problems. Get on the stand, girl. Arya is right. We need you to do this properly. We need to do this properly.
I agree, and I will not pass judgment until we have determined exactly what happened.
It's obvious he wants to be done with this as soon as possible. But even if he controls the Kingsguard, the rest of the room is clearly against him.
Fine, do as you wish.
It's the chapter end music. It's almost time for a bathroom break.
But the moment we're certain of the truth, I will do what is necessary.
Yeah, I am so dead.
Very well. Ms. McCoy, please take the stand.
Alright, the chapter didn't end. So I don't get a bathroom break. Alright, I need to fill up my water bottle though. Oh man, dude. This is all coming together. Oh, man. All ready to prove Celeste's innocence, you guys? Alright. Let's do it. Celeste. Tyrion, Can you testify about what you did that day? Yeah. What? Come on, game. Let me get a grip for a second. Alright. The thing I wanted to... During the afternoon of the murder, Celeste McCoy heard a suspicious sound investigated. She saw Arya Steelman fighting the guards. But, like, Celeste definitely has a blood contract, so can we trust her testimony at all now? Like, Eris can't lie, but she can make other people misremember things. Gorgeous. So her testimony in my log still says Arya, even though she then said that Eris rewrote your memories, Tyrion. You were actually knocked out at 1:45 p.m. How could she rewrite my memories? She didn't have a blood contract with me. Psych. We went to the prayer room a lot earlier for our meeting, and that commotion we heard was actually Beatrice and Eris attacking the guards at 1:40 p.m. They tricked me and slipped into the prayer room, and Beatrice, she killed you. I didn't know what to do. That's when Eris told me she would resurrect you in exchange for killing Pierce. I know I shouldn't have done it, but I just wanted you back. I didn't care about what happened to me. I didn't realize that she'd use my eternal servitude to take control of my body. She used me to trick Arya into signing another blood contract. After that, I followed through with my end of the deal. I killed Pierce so that she would bring Tyrion back. The nagging feeling that someone rewrote my memories. Something off about her testimony. Well, on with it then. The fact that her testimony doesn't line up with any of the autopsy reports? Yeah, that seems suspicious. Presenting the autopsy report to review the conflicting time. That is the classic, right? Oh man. She rewrote my memories? I didn't realize it until after you woke up and gave your statement to the Inquisition. She must have changed your memories when she resurrected you. Can she do that? Eris had the power to take control of people against their free will. Against their will. She clearly has the power to bring people back from the dead. Does she? When has she ever demonstrated that? Other than supposedly with you. If that's true, you can't even trust your own memories. Alright, right. I suppose you didn't have control of Arya until then. Does that mean you never even fought her? I'm sorry for lying, but I had to create an alibi. Celeste, the Inquisition arrested her because of your testimony.
The testimonies of Prince Alaric and the High Speaker also implicated her. Ms. Steelman already knew she was compromised due to finding the purple mark in her pocket.
I'm gonna like turn up my pockets and find a purple mark. That's gonna be like the climax.
I'm sure things would have ended the same regardless of her testimony. What did Frigga and that demon do when you found them, McCoy?
Tricked me in something that prayer, and Beatrice said she killed you. Again, Beatrice is allowed to lie, even if Eris makes her lie. This is like the giant biggest loophole. Eris can't lie, but she can trick other people into lying for her. You already have a purple mark? Arya gave it to me? True. How did they trick you so easily? When I went to see what was going on, I only saw Eris and Beatrice standing over the guards' dead bodies. Dead bodies? They acted like someone else had killed them. Then they lied to me and said that they wanted to go into the prayer room for protection. That's when Beatrice, she... How did Beatrice kill me? She hit you with some kind of necromancy spell, but it didn't visibly wound you. We know that one. That's necrotic blade, right? When I checked your body, it was already cold. Your heart was stopped. I think she used necrotic blade. So that's why Lord Asclepius said that I had traces of necromancy on me. It was feigned death though, right? Like, we all know that. She must have lied about trying to heal you as well. What did you do after I died? I mean, she could have also done that? Whatever. I didn't know what to do. That's when Eris told me she would resurrect you in exchange for killing Pierce. I'm sure that was her goal from the very beginning. She wanted you to make a deal with her. It was also she could make me suffer. Tyrion, I'm so... Stop. Just don't. How could you possibly think that was okay? I knew it was wrong, but I just couldn't. I'm sorry. I didn't know what to do.
There's no sense in admonishing her now, Mr. Cuthbert.
There will be plenty of time for that later. Okay? So here's the... We're trying to, like... seem like Arya had a contract before where she killed the first two people, and then this is the second one? Right. That part was written in a slightly misleading way.
She must have thought the Empress would whisk her away to serve her in hell. But instead, she took control of her immediately after. You should have known better than to trust a demon.
So, yeah. I mean, in retrospect, probably. Anyways, how did you trick Arya into signing the blood contract? Yeah. I didn't have full control of my actions, but I remember what happened. She probably wanted me to watch what she was... She probably wanted me to watch what she was using me to do. Okay, Eris wanted to watch you watch yourself do stuff. I'm so sorry! I told Arya that Pierce was demanding a plea deal in exchange for telling me who my parents were. Eris made Beatrice put an illusion over the contract to make it look like a request for an appeal. Okay, so it's not exactly what I thought. And since Pierce was convicted for killing my father, she respected my wishes. Eris made Beatrice put an illusion. Excuse me though, like, but then what part of this? None of this is right. This is full bullcrap. Why would she sign something that says this contract will bind Arya? They can't completely change the words of the document and have her sign it and it counts. This has to be something else. Wait, something about what she said sounds fundamentally wrong. What did she say? The apparent death of the Emperor's Discord shall revive him, contingent upon the eternal servitude of Celeste McCoy. Henceforth, Celeste McCoy's soul shall be eternally bound to the abyssal hells. I mean, these are two separate statements. Rip. As part of her servitude, Celeste McCoy shall engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya's. Celeste McCoy, of her own volition and agency, shall bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand. Afterwards, hearing Cuthbert's consciousness will be restored. What is going on here? Said she took control of her. Okay, yeah. I didn't have full control of my actions, but I remember what happened. She wanted me to remember so that I could be tortured. I told Arya that Pierce was demanding a plea deal. Eris made Beatrice put an illusion over the contract to make it look like a request for an appeal. I followed through with my end of the deal. I killed Pierce so that she would bring Tyrion back. That's not... How could you think I'd ever want that, Celeste? I knew you wouldn't want this, but it just wasn't fair. Why should a person like him get to live instead of you? It was an easy choice. That goes against everything I stand for. I know, and I don't care if you hate me after this, but even now, I would still make that same choice. How many times did Tyrion die in this episode? Wait, what? Oh no. I don't care if you hate me after this. I don't hate. Alright, so now... Like, the prologue actually seems like it might have happened at this point when Beatrice, quote-unquote, killed Tyrion. Let's take a save here and look at it again. I've killed people. They were usually criminals or bandits, but it still frightened me how unaffected I was by their deaths. It always came so easily to me. I was good at it. A little too good. People told me that taking the lives of others would be hard, but I never felt that uneasiness, not even once. Made me think I was some kind of unfeeling monster. And maybe I am. The time I spent with you filled me with more happiness than I could have ever dreamed of. Instead of taking lives, I could save them alongside you. It felt good to protect you. It felt needed when I knew you were relying on me. It made me feel like I was actually worth something. Whenever I saw the light in your eyes, it filled my heart with a warm feeling that I've never felt before. It was too good to be true, wasn't it? In the end, I failed you. I couldn't protect you, just like I couldn't protect my father. I understand. What did you ever see in someone? That honestly seems like it could be at any point where Tyrion died. And he's died twice now. So it's not necessarily either of them. Load. Alright, anyway, she's clearly sincere. She wouldn't intentionally lie about something like this, but why do you feel like something doesn't match up with the evidence you have? You'll need to examine her statements more closely. Beatrice and Eris attacking the guards at 1:40 p.m. Let's take a look. I was knocked out at 1:45 p.m. Sleep lasts for 1 hour? Or no, sleep is concentration based. Crap. You died at 2:45? We went a lot earlier? How could she rewrite my memories, though? I haven't figured out that I have a blood contract yet. I mean, here you go. Have this.
Objection!
The music didn't change. I suppose you're right. Your conflicting emotions must be. Alright, she rewrote my memories. Actually knocked out at 1:45. We went to the prayer room a lot earlier for our meeting, and that commotion we heard was actually Beatrice and Eris attacking the guards at 1:40 p.m. Beatrice, she killed you. Why didn't the other blood contract... If she has multiple blood contracts, why did I only get one? Wait, I have to think back about when did I get Arya's blood contract? Who did I say? I said Arya contract and Hughes. So I have to name like the name of the person and the name of the demon to use Divine Edict, right? Who was it though? Because I didn't say the patron in that. Maybe I said Empress of Discord, but it gave it to me because Empress drafted the contract. Yeah, okay, that's fine. But in that case, like, I should have gotten 2 blood contracts. I only got 1. But first, let's have a little fun, because Beatrice killed me. We know that that's not true. But let's see if my character can leap to that conclusion.
Objection!
Okay.
Objection!
Excuse me? She used my eternal servitude to take control of my body. Was Arya there, though? I mean, she showed up later. You said you didn't fight Arya. When did Arya show up?
Objection!
Alright. Choose the Eris rewrote your memories too, and you're actually knocked out at 1:45 p.m.
Objection!
Which of these autopsy reports do you want?
Objection! Objection!
This contradicts the testimony in my book,
Objection!
but it got fixed. We just didn't fix the book. Wait, what about the priest? He said it was after 2 when he got there.
Objection!
No, it does though. It just isn't it. That commotion we heard was actually Beatrice and I attacking the guards at 1:40 p.m. The anarchist was on his way to the prayer room to recite his prayers. On his way there, he spotted Arya Steelman throwing something off the west balcony. He wasn't able to see what she threw, but after Coraline Sybil's body was found in the lake, he soon had noticed Sybil's body. However, he could have sworn that he saw something darker, but he's not sure. He was turned away by the knights guarding it. She's clearly sincere. She wouldn't intentionally lie about some of this, but we feel she said something that doesn't match up with the evidence you have. You need to examine her statements more closely. Eternal Servitude of Celeste McCoy.
Objection!
I'll just... Alright, let's think about this. Inquisition found a frozen blade impaling Garrick pierced through his stomach. There are traces of transmutation on his blood. This implies that the murderer used shape liquid to create his... Does she have shape liquid? I don't have her spell compendium.
Objection!
Huh. Wait, the knights are comatose, and you said they died. She's made it. Wait, hang on. Did she say something about the knights dying? She didn't add it to her testimony. Just visit, man. The prayer room earlier, that commotion was actually them attacking the guards at 1 p.m.
Objection!
Alright, hang on. Let me actually read everything here. I'm gonna read my evidences. Pictures of crime scenes and write notes telepathically. I never even did that. Letter from Garrick Pierce. Garrick Pierce sent you a letter, but the paper is torn in the middle? Is this part of the... No! Arya also wanted to know about Celeste's heritage. This letter might have been written to her. Imagine the top half of the... Oh my... Wait, hang on. Alright, we gotta do this. Imagine the top half of this letter and the bottom half of Arya's contract. I hope you understand. I would have never contacted you unless I had no other choice. I know the truth behind McCoy's true parentage, and I'm aware of how vital this information is to you. As you know, my execution is scheduled for next month, and I'm running out of time. I want to trade this information with you. In exchange, you will grant me my freedom. This contract will bind Arya's steel under the page. That is so suspicious, though, that the top half of this letter... This letter is ripped in half, though? I've jumped to so many conclusions that I don't even know if any of them are right at this point. I don't know. Doesn't seem this looks like a good piece of the puzzle, even though it doesn't look like it fits here.
Objection!
Alright. Oops. Alright, that is really interesting though. It's now way more significant that that piece of paper is torn in half. Alright, we have the map. During the afternoon, the murder suspect heard a suspicious sound and investigated the hallway leading to the prayer room. They saw Arya still and fighting the guards. Arya didn't respond to Celeste's question entirely as well. Maybe she changed your memories.
Objection!
Died at 2:45 p.m. in the prayer room. Cause of death was blood loss. Shard of frozen liquid was found stabbed through his heart. It's very likely that this was the murder weapon. The wound also shows heavy traces of transmutation magic and traces of conjuration magic were found throughout the room. What? There was conjuration magic? Oh, that's the sleep spell, duh. Alright, never mind.
Judging from each time a death murder went from the common room to the balcony, and then to the prayer room in that order. These were several in Erlich. The Woven Guard reported that a fire had broken out in the economy, so Arya Steele cast a spell on him earlier that severely debilitated his senses. When the Inquisition arrived at the scene, they spotted the unconscious guards outside the prayer room. This happened at 3:10. When the Inquisition arrived at the scene, they spotted the unconscious guards outside the prayer room. They did not see Celeste McCoy and Arya Steelwind. At 3:10 though? Where did you go for an hour?
Objection!
How did you trick Arya into signing that blood contract? Yeah, didn't have full control of my actions, but I remember what happened. Probably wanted me to watch what she was using me to do. I'm so sorry. I told Arya that Pierce was demanding a plea deal in exchange for telling me who my parents were. Eris made Beatrice put an illusion over the contract to make it look like a request for an appeal. There. And since Pierce was convicted of becoming my father, she respected my wishes. Arya respected your wishes. I mean, based on the flavor text, this seems like the thing to dispute.
Objection!
Yeah. She didn't add it to her testament.
Objection!
Why did... Oh my gosh, dude.
Objection!
I don't understand anything. Too sleepy. You just figure spell compendium. I don't...
Objection!
Does she have shape liquid though? I don't know. She just straight up bloodbend him?
Objection!
I killed Pierce so that she would bring Tyrion back. So this does have shape liquid. She used it during the prologue when the tea was trapped. Oh yeah, that's true. She did do that. Good call. I killed Pierce so that she would bring Tyrion back. But did you kill Pierce? Celeste McCoy, of her own volition and agency, shall bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hands.
Objection!
So then, like, Arya didn't kill him.
Objection!
It doesn't make sense that she would have two different... Like, why would Arya have two different blood contracts? But the other thing is, like, how did she edit my memories? Wouldn't she have two purple
Objection!
marks? This is, like, kind of getting me to... Eris rewrote my memories? But, like... I have an attorney's runestone.
Objection!
Like, I don't how could she have rewritten Tyrion's memories? Aside from the obvious fact that I've stated before. Alright, let me get through the rest of these here. Alright, we got comatose knights. Several knights from the Kingsguard were found unconscious after the bodies were found. Unreliable narrator, yeah. Well, we know Eris is the narrator, and she's certainly unreliable. Due to lack of magical traits, they are clearly not being affected by any kind of arcane spell. That's pretty suspicious. Saw Beatrice Figa as really unconscious. Only saw her for a brief moment, so it could have been an illusion. Regardless, that means she somehow entered the prayer room at 2:30. That was a sign. A knight was assigned to guard Beatrice and kill her if Meredith attempted to escape. He was later found comatose in front of the prayer room. Eris Ilmater, who was also with Beatrice when she disappeared, is the massacre. That's something.
Objection!
Yeah, got her.
Objection!
But she had the knight guarding her. That's another factor, right? Like, we went to the prayer room a lot earlier than a lot earlier for our meeting, and that commotion we heard, actually Beatrice and Eris attacking the guards at 1:40 p.m.
Objection!
It's like, I don't believe that she edited my memory. I'm gonna present my own memory. Let's do that.
Objection! Objection!
She... Alright. Spell Compendia. Foresight didn't come into play. Alright. What am I saying? This spell can have any actions? Theon Arceus was on his way to the prayer room to recite his prayers at 2 p.m. On his way there, he spotted Arya Steelwind throwing something off the west balcony. He wasn't able to see what she threw, but after Coraline Sybil's body was found in Lake Gallagher, he assumed the object that must have been Sybil's body. However, he could have sworn that he saw something darker, but is still not sure. After witnessing this, he attempted to enter the prayer room, but was turned away by the knights guarding it. But, like, the knights should have been unconscious by that time, then.
Objection!
I'm right, game. I don't know what you want me to say, but I'm right. "30 feet before dissipating." It's weird, 'cause, like, I understand.
Objection!
I kind of basically understand everything, but I don't know what the game's specifically looking for right now. Alright, we have some spell compendia. This testimony. Sound room. Supposedly, Theon Arceus suffers from chronic insomnia, moved by even the smallest sound, such as the walls of the high speaker. As such, the walls of the high speaker's quarters are completely soundproof once he closes the door. This should explain why Arceus didn't hear the fight between Celeste and Arya. He also wasn't. His room is not near there? Wait. From 1:15 to 1:40 p.m. Asked to Wyvern and Arya Steelwind spoke with At 1:40, Steelwind abruptly left the meeting and didn't answer Aster. I asked where she was going. Right. So, you're claiming that this happened. I was knocked out at 1:45. I mean, this doesn't seem like it should be right, because, like, I was knocked out at 1:45. The commotion happened at 1:40. I was knocked out at 1:45. She signed the contract, what, 1:46, whatever. That would have given... Oh. Arya would have needed more than probably 5 minutes to kill the other two people on her way over to the prayer room, probably. Not the blood contract.
Objection!
Alright. So, like, I don't think that she would have had time. She left a marriage meeting at 1:40. And then killed 2 people. And then made her way to the prayer room.
Objection!
Any other possible evidence statement combinations? Not really, there's so many.
Objection!
It's obvious, there is one obvious statement to contradict here. Arya is signing another blood contract. She suddenly felt... Alright. After she left the meeting, she began heading to the nave to meet with her father. However, She suddenly felt nauseous and went to the westward balcony. She lost consciousness soon after. She regained consciousness in the prayer room where she heard Celeste McCoy crying over your unconscious body. Wait! She regained consciousness before I was revived. Here, have this.
Objection!
Her meeting with Fiona Arceus and Astrid Rivengard. After she left the meeting, she began heading to the nave to meet with her father. However, she suddenly felt nauseous and went to the westward balcony. So nave, then balcony. She was here. Nave, balcony. But common room died first. She went from here, was on her way here. But actually went here, then here, then here. What? So much doesn't add up. Arya also has shape liquid. That kind of seems strange. Oh, what do you have? You have a time on your thing. Beatrice Frege and Eris Ilmater were accounted for in the garden until 2 p.m. How much time did I waste on this?
Objection!
Oh no, I'm so stupid. I knew to like focus on the times too. But I literally could have just gone to every piece of evidence and looked at everyone that had a timestamp on it, and I could have finished this in 5 minutes. Shocked I'm still going? Me too. It's got me sucked in. I need to get to the part where Tyrion finds out that he made a blood contract. I've hovered over it. I wasn't actually reading it, but I was going through the pieces of evidence in order, and I was specifically like focusing on the ones that had time, but it literally should have been like, is there a time in this one? Is there a time in this one? Alright, we'll blame that one on my blood contract with Eris. And you went out to investigate. That's when you saw Eris and Beatrice. Yeah, I lied about my fight against Arya. I never even fought her. If that's true, how do you explain that discrepancy? You can't just trust your own memories, but Alifa shouldn't have been affected. The thing is, Celeste, something about your timeline doesn't match the evidence. Really? But I was pretty sure of that time. We were supposed to be at the meeting at 1:45 p.m. Wait, what did you just say? That's not right, it was 2. Our meeting with Pierce was scheduled for 1:45 p.m., right? Yeah, I never selected it, so I wasn't hovering over anything in particular, I don't think. I was just kind of... What's wrong, Mr. Cuthbert? Celeste, there's something fundamentally off about your testimony. What? But I swear I'm not lying. Your timeline of what happened is completely off. A lot of your testimony doesn't match with what we've learned thus far. Firstly, it's about the exact time you saw Eris and Beatrice. According to you saw them at 1:40 p.m. But Alifa, Miriam, and Asclepius didn't lose track of them until 2 p.m. What? When did they say that? What are you talking about? You were there with me when we spoke to them. I know! I was paying really close attention. I needed to see how close you were to finding me out. Finding you out? So why can't I remember? She can't remember? Cuthbert, judging by what happened to you, Eris Ilmater clearly doesn't need a contract to affect people's memories. Suspicious statement is suspicious. It's possible she changed the memories of Alifa Frege and her entourage. It's not just that, Lucio. There's something else that Celeste is clearly remembering differently that contradicts a physical piece of evidence. fun game. Celeste, this letter from Garrick Pierce told us to meet him in the prayer room at 2 p.m. What? Eris may have changed my memories, but changing a physical piece of evidence is a different thing entirely, which seems completely within her power. But we don't know the full extent of her capabilities. Can we really rule that out? Yeah, thank you. You were unconscious. Ilmater had plenty of time to access your body and your belongings. The paper is ripped in half, but it was ripped in half when I got it, I think, according to my memory, but I don't trust it. Anything is possible, and Eris is far too unpredictable to say for sure, but if Lucio is right, Eris could have gone around doing whatever she wanted. She could have wiped the memories of every witness who saw the crimes. She could have manipulated the crime scenes however she wished. But if she had done so, there would have been logical inconsistencies. Until Celeste was revealed as the patron, every piece of evidence you found or deduced has been logically consistent. Contradictions of what Celeste is saying could be explained by Eris changing several elements of the crime. What explains Celeste contradicting memories of what happened? It's a far simple explanation. Eris Ilmater changed the memories of... Probably true. Celeste, Eris currently has your eternal servitude. If she could manipulate my memories, what's to say she's not manipulating your memories right now? I guess that's possible. But why would she even bother doing that? Ugh. She wouldn't need to do that unless she had something to hide. Are you serious? What more is there left for her to hide? Whatever it is, it was important enough to make drastic changes to Celeste's memories. Wait. If that's true, that means Celeste's true memories will tell us exactly what we need to know. Can I do that with the eye? Naught will remain concealed. But even if you're right, I can't remember what really happened. She has full control of my mind. That doesn't matter. It's just like every cross-examination we've ever done. If you keep testifying, she'll keep changing your memories to tell more lies. If we keep pointing them out, we'll eventually arrive at the truth. Oh, Celeste? It's really obnoxious how resilient you are, but she says smilingly. What? Why can't you all just give up already? Eris, is that you? What are you? Fortunately, your little interrogation ends here. Kingsguard, what are you doing? Destroy Ilmater's body. Too late, Lucio. I win. Celeste? Damn it. Though, Eris, what did you do to her? I put her to sleep, just as I did with Beatrice. You... Why would you do such a thing, Ilmater? What do you mean? I did it for the same reason I do anything. What would make Tyrion suffer more than putting his love in an eternal sleep? His love? What are you talking about? If you wanted that, you would have just done that from the beginning. You're hiding something, I know it. Damn it, we can't extract any information from her like this. The only person who can tell us what we need to know is Celeste. I feel like we can ask... I feel like asking Eris directly is more reliable than asking someone whose mind she can manipulate. Well, good luck getting anything out of her like this. Ever since you discovered the truth about what she did, one possibility has been floating around in your mind. This fellow just refused to answer. That's true, too. But is it even possible? No, it doesn't matter if it's possible. Eris Ilmater. Ask her if she can change her memory without a contract. What is it? What would happen if I nullified Celeste's blood contract? Assuming there's anything to dispute, everything granted by the contract would be reversed. Rip me. And I don't think you fully understand what that means. I do. I was revived, sorta. Lucio. What is it? Your men know where Ruby Timur's law office is, right? They do. Where are you going with this? You'll need an attorney to cross-examine Celeste's testimony. She owes me, and she'll be able to finish this on my behalf. Wait. And tell her, I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise. Are you gonna, like... You can't... You were revived, though. Ares held that up. Sort of. You weren't dead, but... Whoa! New sprite! You're not serious, are you? I'm one of the eldest evils that's ever lived. I would never create a faulty contract. Oh no, he's gonna try to summon a contract with himself and not realize that it's actually true. Lastly, is stipulated that Celeste McCoy. Okay. Afterwards, Tyrion Cuthbert's his consciousness will be restored? Oh man, how could you fall for that, girl? He was only unconscious. Wait, you know I can't speak lies, correct? By the Eye of Horus, I demand the opportunity to dispute Celeste McCoy's blood contract. Oh, this thing. I'll state it plainly then. There will be no room for doubt. Celeste McCoy's contract was written without flaw. I don't care. What? Celeste sacrificed her life to save mine. How could I ever face her again if I didn't do the same for her? You're insane! You're just risking death for nothing!
Why are you so nervous?
Maybe this is pointless, but I will never stop fighting for her. Stop this! I can't help myself. I'm only human, half human after all. Once you pass this point, you will not be able to save the game for a while. Yeah, good point.